Good morning. Good afternoon. Welcome in. I'm so sorry about the issues. I have no idea. Well, actually, no. I can't say I don't know what happened. I can't say I don't know what happened. I was messing around with the wires underneath my desk after I'd started stream, and I apparently nudged the wire that, I apparently nudged the wire that my computer was connected to. So I am so sorry. So sorry. How are we all doing? Welcome in, everybody. I'm sorry, I know everybody kind of got lost. Why is Twitch chat not appearing on screen now? Hold on. Auto activate. It used to be hold on. I thought you didn't want to answer my question. You are late again. This one's actually not my fault this time, guys. Actually, no, wait, it is my fault. What am I talking about? It's not for the reason you think. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm sorry. Here, I'm gonna have to do this manually this time. Let's see. D's with the first. Ergi, welcome in. Blackburn. Oh my god, it's the Hassan leftist that joined to Pisco's stream last night. Oh my god, that's funny. Ollie, welcome in. Parse. Non-accountable, welcome in. Eleni, how you doing, Eleni? Okay. There's a link already, but I'm gonna take a look at that in a second because I gotta go get my coffee. Also, Nuxie from YouTube chat. I saw Chip Chaser in there earlier before I went dark again, and then 2-Bit. What was your question, 2-Bit? I'm sorry. I am all over the place, and I'm about to go get my coffee. Let me see if I can get this working. Why does this do this to me every time now? Hold on, I have to do this real quick. I need a new webcam, guys. I need a new webcam. Okay, that should be good. Who wanted the diaper monster? I need to ask them if they're fine with me saying who they are, actually. Rare Popo, welcome in. Diaper monster. That's it. Okay, there are 2 links. Hold on, I'm gonna go grab my coffee. And then we will take a look at the preliminary links. So what we're doing today, we're doing 2 videos, main 2 videos. We're doing a Shoeonhead video, and then after that, we're gonna be watching a video about, well, basically it's about making your own sweater from scratch. So, you know, one politics kind of video and then one non-politics video, just so you know. No Baldur's Gate? No, I'm not starting Baldur's Gate until I like figure like until I'm here. You know what I mean? Because I'm not gonna have reliable access to my computer. I'm gonna not be taking my computer I'm not gonna be taking my whole setup back to my work city. So you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna be having I have my laptop and stuff. Anyways, I'll get into that in a second. Let me go grab my coffee. Alright. Look at this goofy aw streamer not even streaming. Also, I think I fucked up something with my my headphones. I do want to try Bald, by the way. Rare Popo, welcome in. Also, let me make sure. There's two links. I got those 2 links open. We'll take a look at them in a second. And actually, I know y'all are gonna hear the music go out. I do wanna try plugging it back into where it's supposed to normally go. When is the next porch garden stream? Hey, Anna K. Okay, let's see. Did I think I might have... Guys. I might have fried one of my headphone, like, the ports. Because it is just straight up not appearing. Like, that's where it was normally plugged into. Headphone jack is destroyed. Okay. Yeah. No. Luckily, I can plug my... normally, I can plug my headphones into... Oh. What's happening? That's what you get for ignoring my question? When is next porch garden stream? Once I move my plants back here. Which should be soon, once I get my new job. Which, by the way, let me take a quick look on that on the side. I just realized I need to check my email. I've been stress checking it, but, you know. Okay, no new, no, nothing new. Alright, cool. New job, exactly. I'm very excited. I'm waiting for my background stuff to come back. And then I will get a, I'll be getting a formal offer, and then, you know, at that point, like, ideally I'll have a date. Once I have a date for when I'll start, then I'll share that with y'all, because, you know, that will kind of mark the beginning of, like, you know, 3 streams a week. Hopefully, like, dedicated streams for certain things. We'd be able to do, like, a lot more trad wife and, like, plant content, which I've just not been able to do. I can't do it. The internet has been fucky at my parents' house, and beyond that, it's just like my plants at my parents' house. It's just a whole shit show. My life is in literally 2 places right now. So I'll be very excited once I start, you know, just coming back or doing normal things. Okay, alright, let me take a quick look at these 2 links. Is this working? Okay, it is working, alright. Alright, I don't know what is this? What did Parse send me? My link was in regards to you being late. Okay. Jesus. You don't have to watch all my link, but just watch a couple? Okay. Alright.
Okay, buddy, what do you think of it?
Oh, okay. What is this? Here, let me turn this down. Or actually, let me just go ahead and mute that. Alright, what's this?
Okay, buddy, what do you think of Wilkins coffee?
I never tasted it.
Now, what do you think of Wilkins?
Okay.
Care for a cup of Wilkins coffee?
No, I don't like coffee.
This has been...
Bro, what the Wait. Hold on. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't have it on screen. Oh, hold on.
Okay, buddy, what do you think of Wilkins coffee?
I never tasted it.
Now, what do you think of Wilkins?
I'm moving the lurkers.
Care for a cup of Wilkins coffee?
No, I don't like coffee.
This has been a public service.
What the Okay, we're watching one more. What the hell?
We're here to persuade people to drink more Wilkins coffee.
What's the club for?
To get their attention.
Bro, this is crazy. Hey, Paisley, a little birdie told me it's BG time today. A little birdie lied to you, Paisley. I am not starting BG3 today. The better ones happen after? Okay, are these ads? Yeah,
you
these
get
are
on the
ads.
Wilkins coffee bandwagon?
Never. No!
You either go with Wilkins or you just don't go.
Are these commercials? I'm guessing.
If you don't drink Wilkins coffee, you're not all there.
Oh, that's a lot of...
In fact, without Wilkins coffee, you're nowhere.
Jeez,
I wouldn't admit this if I wasn't
this
alone.
reminds me, does anyone remember those, I think it was like, I don't even remember the product, I just remember a very aggressive panda, like a very aggressive person in a panda suit. Does anyone else remember that? These are commercials I grew up with. Miser, you're not beating the old allegations with that one. No wonder boomers are traumatized. Oh no. Did you ever see Winston cigarettes? No. The little birdie was lied. She just got the game, but she's not playing it yet. Yeah, I said I just got it. I never made any statements on when I'm gonna be playing it. Okay, wait.
But
couple
I
more.
really do like Wilkins coffee.
Did you call? You know, people who don't drink Wilkins coffee just blow up sometimes.
Oh, that's a lot of...
See what I mean?
Bro, that is aggressive. That is aggressive. These are actually some of Jim... Oh! Okay! I did not know that. That's actually really cool. That is actually super cool. Jim Henson is a fucking genius. I'm not... yeah. This must be a shit coffee if they use violence to get you to drink it. Well... They went bankrupt? Yeah, but at the time, did they do well? That's the real question, right? I remember my printmaking professor had like she had these like really old Sears catalogs, like actually fucking ancient Sears catalogs. And this was back when they sold like this is back when they sold tinctures for like women's hysteria, you know? Imagine Tony Soprano convincing you to drink coffee. Well, okay, seriously, what am I thinking? Does anyone know what I'm thinking of with the panda commercial?
فايز اعمل لك معايا سندوتش جبنه.
Just you know why you and I.
باندا ما يتقلهاش لا.
That's right, it was never say no to panda. That's right.
صباح الخير يا استاذ صفي. يلا يلا عشان الفطور. جايبه لك النهارده سندوتشات جبنه.
لا والله ماليش نفس. Just you know.
We're not watching all of this, we're just he just appears.
Will by
Bro!
باندا ما يتقلهاش لا.
Just intimidation. Just straight up intimidation. Check DMs for Winston's. Okay, let's take a quick look. Oh my god. Is it the same idea?
What you doing, Granny?
Making myself a new pipe.
Oh, I got something here you want to cotton to. That banker fella gave them to me.
Again, miser, not beating the old allegations with this one.
What's that?
Winston cigarettes. Try one, Granny. They is first rate.
Bro.
You say they're really good.
Best smoking you ever had.
Wait, what's she using?
By thunder, Jed.
Yay, it works now.
Hey, Jenny, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yay, yeah, we back. A pipe? I've never seen where you put the pipe, the cigarette in the pipe.
It is good smoking.
Now try it this way, Granny.
Tastes even better.
They tell me these Winstons is the best tasting cigarette you can get.
Bro. That's the gag? Wait, I don't get it. What's the gag? What have I missed? Also, I'm probably not gonna watch all of the Winston cigarettes. I think I get it. Or at least I think I get, like,
Harvey, want anything special for your birthday?
Just a decent cup of coffee.
You're kidding.
I'm serious. Honey, your coffee's undrinkable.
It's pretty harsh.
Well, so's your coffee.
Bro!
You know, the girls down at the office make better coffee on their hot plates. Well, see you later.
And he didn't even kiss me goodbye. You know, if I could just make a decent cup of coffee, I could relax. So, relax. Why don't you try Instant Folgers? Tastes good as fresh perked. Good as fresh perked. I'll surprise Harvey for his birthday tonight.
Hey, great coffee.
It's Instant Folgers. Doesn't it taste good as fresh perked?
Better.
Better than those girls make at the office?
Honey, their coffee can't hold a candle to yours.
Oh my god, stop!
Instant Folgers taste good as fresh perked.
Fresh perked? Okay, wait. Which one is this Flintstones one? You've sent me like 5? Hold on. Beverly Hillbillies. Wait. Percolate? Oh, percolated! Okay, yeah. Okay, alright. Okay, I see the Flintstones one. Alright, one more, and then we gotta move on. Bro.
They sure work hard, don't they, Barney? Yeah? I hate to see them work so hard. Yeah, me too. Let's go around back where we can't see them. Gee, we ought to do something, Fred. Okay? How's about taking a nap? I got a better idea. Let's take a Winston break.
No.
Winston is the one filter cigarette that delivers flavor 20 times a pack. Winston's got that filter blend. Yeah, Fred. Filter blend makes the big taste difference, and only Winston has it up front where it counts. Here, ahead of the pure white filter.
I think I want to.
Winston packs rich tobaccos specially selected and specially processed for good flavor in filter smoking. Yeah, Barney, Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should.
Okay. Well, my childhood is ruined. Oh no, Paisley. Listen, it was a different time, okay? Don't look into some of the Bugs Bunny cartoons that existed back then, okay? What was the one that I'm not gonna watch it because I think that would actually content strike me, but there are some pretty bad like old Looney Tunes, right? Like pretty racist. Some of you aren't ready for 19th century soap ads. In my Polish family, if a man said such a thing to his woman, he would end up with a frying pan in his face. Yeah, no, I think that was like a more classic, like 19, or at least what they were trying to appeal to, right? Because it wasn't exactly like the 1950s weren't exactly like the way that they try to make the 1950s out to be, right? I grew up on cream drops and peanut butter bars. Okay. Oh, and Disney. Oh, yeah, Song of the South. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Ties and Wine. The Song of the South is one. What's the other one that I know? I think, like, the old Fantasia, right? The old Fantasia has, like, a slave centaur, or something. There's, like, a white centaur, and then, like... a slave one. Hydrate. Alright, nice try, Parse. I already got my water. But thanks for the hydrate. Alright. So what we're gonna do today. Kitty time? Sure. Let's get a kitty. You get the asshole cat, okay? Hello, Kittler. Alright. How's it going, Rezi? That's a big boy. He is a big boy. He's on a diet. He is on a diet. He does not like it. It is very funny. He looks longingly at, like, Hermes' food. He stopped trying to break into the feeder because he knows he can't get in. But he'll still go investigate it, you know? The old Fantasia was fine. It was back when cartoons didn't hold kid gloves and showed people die after getting shot. I mean, I think they started doing, like, ratings and shit for TV, and that's when they started, kind of, locking down on all of that stuff, right? I forgot to post kitten. You have kittens? Okay, yeah, definitely. Starving your cat? I'm not starving him. I'm just trying to make him not so fat. Is that a crime? Apparently it is. Okay, alright. Where is this, where is the video? So here's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna watch two videos. The first one is gonna be a Shoeonhead video. Okay, alright. Afterwards we'll watch, this is the second video we'll watch. So if y'all are not down for the shoe, then we will be watching, oops, hold on, I didn't mean to do that. This will be the video that we watch afterwards.
I spent my entire...
Okay, no, stop. I don't... We're gonna be watching... I made a sweater from scratch and it made me insane. That's what we're gonna do afterwards. But first... Shu has dropped some fresh content, okay? June, stop being a shit on head. Is that her name? I did see... Okay, I have a... you know, I don't know how people do Twitter. I think it was also something that I never really did. Like, I never really did Twitter. I still don't, and I think that's fine, you know? But sometimes I go onto Twitter and I am just concerned about the things that I see. Like, I'll scroll and just see, like, the weirdest things. And it's, I did see something wholesome, and I think that was a picture of Shoeonhead playing with her kid. That was kind of cute. That was cute. I'm not gonna pull it up, but that was kind of cute. I did not expect to see that. But yeah, otherwise Shoeonhead's she's kind of cray-cray, right? No, please not Shoe. Yes, feed the capitalist machine. All right, we are gonna watch it.
So my last video was about
it has been a while.
One.
It has been a while since we watched Shoe. I am not going to watch, in fact, the first video. The woke one thing. I think we talked about that last week. I think I don't know. I don't know that we need to watch another whole 25 minutes of Shoe just to get the context for this one, especially since I'm sure she'll dial us in. Even my more libertarian Austrian type friends complain about Twitter being trash now. It's just I mean, okay, to be fair, I was never enthralled with it before, you know? I just knew like people were enthralled with it. So I can imagine how, especially if not everybody's on it, or I don't know, I could see it just have gone down the shitter, right? All right.
A new phrase coined by leftists and Democrats online that is being used to distance themselves from the terrible PR disaster that was the last few years for the left in America. Nancy Pelosi kneeling in full African garb to honor George Floyd? Why, that was just woke one. And how, in my opinion, that was not woke one, and how woke one actually started in like 2012, 2014 with Gamergate, Me Too, you know, Tumblr era feminism, the whole pre-Trump era wokeness, before it was even called woke. And I talked about how I don't want them to rewrite history and pretend this all started in like 2020. After uploading that video on Woke One, I thought I was free, that I would never have to hear the insufferable, delusional term Woke One ever again. I thought I could finally move on with my life. Yeah, I thought.
What do you make of those controversial statements I'm sure you've seen? I mean, she's, you know, the Thanksgiving dust up, abolish prisons, abolish police.
Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot
Right,
of that.
she's moved away from it.
I'm so tired of culture war stuff. People think that that's the only thing politics is for. I saw a really cool,
Of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we...
I saw a really cool, well, I say cool. It was an Instagram thing that was basically like, it was like an Instagram story type shit, where it was basically like, oh yeah, like, you know, sticking it to like the 6 trans kids playing sports was totally worth us having blueberries that we might die over. Because apparently the thing with blueberries now has kind of, if I'm remembering correctly, I think the thing with I think blueberries can actually kill you at this point. Hold on, let me very quickly double check that. Dangerous. Let's see. It has some apparently like pretty deadly health risks. Let's see. Frozen blueberries recall. Yeah, here we go. Apparently, it's got the highest risk warning. Oh, God. So, yeah, it's E. coli. Okay. But yeah, like, I think that's part of, that's really it, right? Like, why do we care so much about this culture war shit? Unfortunate pause. Oh, yeah, fair enough. A salty. It's successful in dividing the proletariat and keeping them in their place. Oh, is it botulism? Is it really botulism? What was the botulism for? Was it for blueberries? This just says E. coli. I know that there are other foods that the fucking horseman of pestilence as himself has caused to be dangerous to eat. Oh, not blueberries. Gotcha. Yeah. Check out the metal in bread. I did see the metal in bread one, but I didn't know what, like, I didn't see metal in bread. Metal fragments have been found in various bread products. Bro. That's crazy. Hold on. It's really funny to see things when I search them in not Google, in DuckDuckGo. Here we go. Seattle Bakery. FDA recalls bread sold at Whole Foods. Wait, this is the US Sun, bro. Immediately, 31 trackers blocked. Fred Meyer. I can't, like, the thing, you know what I'm thinking now, though? I think I do need to go through and look at specifically what is safe to eat. Okay, yeah, I think this was what I saw. This is what I saw. Yeah, this was the thing that I saw. Was listen up, liberal, metal shards in your bread. And, like, other variations on this meme, which this is a pretty good meme. And what's really crazy is, like, the people that I remember seeing on Facebook about, like, how they were talking RFK up, I remember. Or they were kind of trying to, I mean, I think that these people are, at the very least, were closet Trumpers. But one of the things that they were won over by was the whole, like, autism thing, right? Look up the list of foods that are contaminated. It's mind-blowing. I'm gonna save that. So I'm gonna save that particular anxiety for after stream because I do want to go through and see what kind of greens are safe to eat now. You know, like, do I need to be sticking to, like, frozen mixed veggies for right now? If we're talking about the, oh, okay, hold on. Let's look at. We're gonna look at this last thing, but also. What is this? Boasts of a freezer full of roadkill. Oh no. I've been picking up roadkill my whole life. I have a freezer full of it. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. I will say, depending on the roadkill. Like, I've eaten roadkill before, you know? Cooked veggies. Bean's gonna defend eating. Yeah, no, I've eaten roadkill before, but, like, it was one of those it was a situation where I knew that it had happened in the last, like, 5 minutes, you know? Like, we went to my neighbor's house and then to drop something off, and then when we were on the way back, we passed a rabbit that had gotten run over, and we doubled back and took a look at it. And, you know, it had been run over, like, through the head, you know? So the rest of the body was fine. So we took it home and we made rabbit curry. Yeah, I don't have a problem with, I think the freezer full, okay, to be clear, the freezer full of roadkill is not the issue. It's the other things, right? It's like the whale head strapped to your car with the dead whale juice streaming down the side, and your children, like, wearing plastic bags over their heads with holes cut out for their eyes, you know? Like, that's the thing that's psychotic, right? Not necessarily the roadkill. Yeah, I think that would be my position on that one, right? Or if you know that it's fresh, then why not? You're not, at least it's not going to waste at that point. It both is? Nah, Argy. This is the most vegan thing you ever said. That is just being, like, not wasteful at that point. Anyway.
You would use today. I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Now, as an ex-AOC fangirl, I feel like I am well within my rights to say, not so fast, bitch. I watched these people go from anti-establishment, fighting the man, become the most preachy, buck-broken, neutered HR department Karens in real time. I remember when she broke away from the Bernie Sanders campaign after he dared go on Joe Rogan. I watched this all happen, and I held on. I held on for a long time.
Oh
Many
my God.
would say too long, in fact.
She was crying about being an AOC fan after it was not cool to be an AOC fan anymore. Like, why is she crying? I was gonna pin that, but I'm still not a mod. Oh no, Testy! Hold on, Testy, we gotta fix that.
But this clip of AOC talking about woke one really solidified how I've been feeling for the past few years. In this video, I will be responding to AOC trying to walk back woke one in what I can only assume is a desperate attempt to distance herself from the more crazy people in her movement before a future presidential run. Now,
is she the type that thinks she betrayed the DSA because she became more pragmatic? No. She is saying that AOC has come to the conclusion that woke one was cringe way later than she should have, according to Shoe. Like, according to Shoe. That's what she's, this is not, she is on the right, not on the left, right? She is definitely not, yeah. She is, yeah.
While politicians are out here trying to dodge accountability for things that they've said and done, the rest of us are out here figuring out how the f we're gonna afford anything. People are getting squeezed from every direction.
Whose fault is that,
Rent costs too much, groceries cost too much, everything costs too much. At this point, I'm scared to open my wallet because I know it's gonna be empty. Actually, that's not true. It's full of just random gift cards from 2011 that I've never used. I don't even know what half this stuff is. But thankfully, I have a product
Oh no. Oh no, dog. Okay, listen. If I ever take sponsors, I would never, I don't want to do this, like, leading in shit. Like, I feel like it's so, like, I appreciate the effort, but at this point, it's like every other ad strategy that you've seen before that then got, like, you know, it was innovative the first time, and then everybody started doing it. And I would do, like, okay, ad starting in 3, 2, 1, and then it cuts. And obviously you get, like, the jump ahead button, you know? And then I'm gonna say, hey, this is the product I'm sponsored by. This is why I like it. Here's my code. You know, do the spiel. But it would be a distinct segment. It's not this lead-in shit. Oh my god.
Can help with just that. So before we get into today's video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor.
Right. That's right. This was I was supposed to be. Oh my god. Wait. How did she like go to blonde real quick?
Skipping the ad. And now back to the video. Now before we get
Wait, how did she, what the fuck?
The real meat of this,
that's
the
crazy.
Real juicy, the real this is the politician AOC and the interviewer are talking about. Francesca Hong is a progressive DSA candidate who recently lost her primary.
No, I know, but then okay, hold on a second, real quick. It always takes me a second because, like, I'm trying to figure out how she put up all of this hair to wear the other wig. You know what I mean?
Francesca Hong has a few interesting tweets from 2020. Who among us does not? But most notably, one about wanting to cancel Thanksgiving. Cancel Thanksgiving. Should have done this in 1621.
Wait, why is she this was a video from 2 days ago. Why is she talking about Francesca Hong now? She's a little late to the party, don't you think, Shoe?
It takes a worldwide pandemic for us to realize we should stop celebrating colonialism and the original super spreader event that killed indigenous folks and women, so be it. Please don't gather for the colonizer holiday.
Because she's a
Please
Nazi?
do wear a mask. I forget that people actually speak like.
I guess that she actually, you know what? You know, I think the sentiment can still be spread even after even after, like, it would, you know, cease to be relevant, I guess, right, folks? Yeah, there were some people who attempted to make, like, the X, like you know, like Latinx. Latinx became, like, a funny one, right? Where nobody I didn't really see anybody serious who, like, seriously used Latinx or, like, would enforce that. But Shu is the type of person who would look at me and say, you're just saying that to minimize my experience, and my experience is relevant because I was policed by somebody who told me that I had to say Latinx. Why do you say Latinx like that? Oh, it's really only because Saku says Latinx, and I picked it up because it's very funny. It's still being used by queer Spanish speakers, as far as I know. I am okay. Like, I am personally not necessarily okay. I'm not a fan of Latinx in the okay. The reason I'm not a fan of Latinx personally is because those, like, Spanish and like French and Portuguese and a lot of other languages like that they're just gendered. They are gendered, you know? So, like, what are we really asking to do? You know? I don't know. I think that if we're going for like a more generic term, like, I don't know that we need to like, why stop at just the one word, you know? That's kind of my position on it. With English, it's like, okay, you know what? When you talk about like, I'm much more fine with like English like English speakers transitioning to saying them or they when it's not clear what the gender is, or if it's not specified. Like, I'm fine with that. English is not a gendered language. It's much easier to do that. You know what I'm saying? They have a point. No, I'm not saying they don't have. I'm not saying they don't deserve a word. I just don't think that Latinx is like the thing that I would put my flag in and say you have to do that. You know what I'm saying? Just like with they them, this is like a more. This is the way that you get this. The way that you get people to get on board with it is by widespread adoption. But it's because there are people like Shu who feel like they are told to and feel like they are socially pressured to, or they would be ostracized. There is like a balance there that has to be struck because there are people like Shu. So unless you happen to have cultural dominance, right? Unless you happen to have cultural dominance and you continue to hold that cultural dominance, like, if you have that, that's fine. That's great. You know? If you don't, then I think that it's worth weighing, like, what the backlash would be like in only as far as they tie these things to things that actually matter, right? Because at the end of the day, is a gender non-conforming Latin person, like, or a Hispanic person, what are they going to pick? Are they going to pick, like, basic human rights, or are they going to pick, like, being referred to as Latinx? You know? Hey, Cheeto. Like, I'm not dismissing it, to be clear. I'm just saying that I'm not so worried about it as other things. Right? That's my point. I'm not dismissing it. I just don't personally, I wouldn't personally, like, tend towards that. That's really it.
This, and it's not just like some conservative parody of liberals.
One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021.
Also, by the way, this is why I think actually Francesca Hong is genuinely a very good example of why you do need to make that I don't know if you want to call it determination, or if you you want to make that you want to be careful on, like, what you how you present things, okay? Francesca Hong, yeah, she had some cringe tweets, she had some cringe positions. The Thanksgiving thing was like, whatever, you know, whether or not you agreed with it. I don't even necessarily disagree with the things she said about Thanksgiving, but if you're running for office and you're in this interview, and you had rocked all of the other answers so far, and then you get to the one about Thanksgiving, and she's probably about to play the clip that landed that really like solidified Hong's position in the newspapers about this as the Thanksgiving killer, then it's like, what are you doing? Do you not know how to answer like a politician? Like, do you not understand that there are other things that might take precedence over continuing to like be able to say the line that Thanksgiving is a colonial, you know what I mean? Like what you got to make that, you know, that that's not going to be taken seriously. Like, you know that that's going to be capitalized on and used to push you down. Considering how close Hong's race was to, I just think that these are the types of like, and again, she rocked this, in my opinion. She did fine in the rest of this interview. It was the Thanksgiving answer that really was like, what are you doing?
Where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. Do you still believe that?
Also, by the way, as an aside, I'm just gonna go ahead and make a prediction that Shu is not gonna show the rest of this interview. She's not gonna show her rocking the rest of this interview. She's gonna focus on the thing that brought her down, right?
Thanksgiving should be canceled.
I'm a chef. Bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities.
Don't get me wrong, I love the struggle session they're putting these candidates through, reading their old woke 1.0 tweets back at them, like a dog that peed on the carpet. What is this? What is this? But the quotes and replies from like Democrats and leftists on this were even funnier. Is it so hard to just say, no, I do not want to cancel Thanksgiving? Even if you do want to, just lie? Why is she catering so hard to the fringe? Does she want to lose her election? Why can't she just lie? This woman is an optics nightmare. Just say no. Say it was a joke. Say it was woke 1. Just lie, for fuck's sake. Just say no. Just lie, please. No, she shouldn't lie, and she's not trying to cater. This is what she truly believes. And the people should know exactly what she believes.
Shu, that's not true either, cuz like she clearly okay, with like this is very silly from this is very silly from Shu, right? Like, it's do we think that she actually does Shu think that her answers on the abolish police thing were truthful? Do we think that Francesca Hong still wants to abolish police? I would probably say yeah. She just realizes that it's not a thing that she can campaign on. Or maybe it's not a thing that she thinks that she could like feasibly like work for if she was elected. So what is Shu making of her answer there when she answered the thing about abolish police and she walked that position back? You know, like, what is this? Shu's being actually stupid as shit. Just lie to win electoral democratic politics? These politicians lie all the fucking time. If you've got something that you said like a long time ago and you know that's going to tank you in an election, would you not lie? Would you not at least say, yeah, that's what I believed at the time. I don't think that it's like, I'm not gonna push for that, or I realize it's not what the people want, or you can say some bullshit. But you say something, you don't let that hanging, especially if somebody comes and confronts you with it, right? Like, I think the problem is at the end of the day, like, I say this because I do want people like Hong to be more successful. And so therefore, I want them to do it in a way, I want them to push for the things that they believe in, but they do have to be realistic about what they're asking, or what they're asking, who they're appealing to, like, what they're asking to vote for, right? Like, you do have to be smart. You can't just blanket apply, like, a leftist policy and just assume that people are going to be on board with it because Republicans are down right now, right? That's the problem. Like, quite apart from all of the other factors, like, you know, who the moderate is or anything, like, or who the other Democrat nominee is, or sorry, candidates are, or whatever, right? Like, you have to be smart. This is a critique of popularity contests for people that are going to get societal policies beans. Yeah, sure. I get that. But don't you think that, especially if you know, and I'm not saying pander. I'm not saying pander to the right-wingers. Absolutely not. I'm not saying that at all, right? Because I know that no matter what Hong said, or even if she didn't say anything at all, even if her record was so totally clean, they would have found something to nitpick about her. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you are running, let's say you're running for governor or something, what can a governor do? Can a governor cancel Thanksgiving? No? Okay. So don't make your stake, don't let that be the stake that you are standing 10 toes down on. You know? That's my problem. Wait, so like I asked, y'all see the problem is inherent, right? Do you see the problem? I'm not sure I understand what you're referring to. I see that there is a problem. My personal problem is that, you know, like what makes a candidate more successful when they have, when they run on and win on progressive policies is that it's something that is within their purview to control. Like Mamdani ran on grocery stores, he ran on the buses, and that's what he's doing right now. If he had run on something like cancel Thanksgiving, that would have been a hard to swallow, and would have been more negative for him, would it not? My issue is Crowley's a shitty candidate too. Yeah, and again, with that race, there were a lot more things going on there than just Hong, right? I do understand that. Like, Crowley's like, what is he? Like, pro AI data centers. That's gonna hurt him in a time that, like, where people are starting to, they're starting to be more aware of. Like, even Republicans are like, there are Republicans who are against AI data centers. It's gonna be hard, right? But that's exactly my point. Is like, this, to me, it should be easy. You just have to be smart about what you're what you're standing up for, right? I don't think Hong was running on cancel Thanksgiving. Yeah, no, it was, like, to be clear, Leonard, it was a tweet that it was a couple of tweets that she had made in, like, fucking 2020 that when she was pressed, right? Like, I thought that she had given okay enough answers about the other things that she walked back, and then, like, stumbled on the Thanksgiving one, you know? Okay, hold on. Let me also see. A lot of her answers were odd. I recall that a decent amount of her uber left-wing she answered with, well, the governor can't rid of that, which is dodging the question. Well, see, that's what I'm saying, though, Ties, is I'm actually saying that is something that's actually, like, because again, the issue is not that she personally thinks that Thanksgiving is a colonialist holiday. I would not have a problem with that. With a person, like, somebody like that being my governor, for example. I don't have a problem with them having a, like, kind of, not extreme position, but, like, a kind of out there position, you know? But what matters is what people think is going, like, how much do people think is it going to influence their area or, like, their state or whatever? That's the part that they're concerned about. If you have a position like abolish police, you are going to have to navigate that position very carefully. Because if you're in a place that is a very extreme position, yeah, you are going to have to delineate. No, I can't abolish the police. I don't want to abolish the police. Like, if that is the direction you want to go into. I don't want to abolish the police, but we do need to address blah, 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 all of these things, police brutality, we need to get reform there, like police unions, blah, blah, blah. You say all of that shit, you know that that's what you need to do, right? And if it's something that you actually can't control, it is easy to, I would absolutely accept that answer, right? Like, hey, that's not something that's in my control, you know? Don't worry about it. Don't let people fear, like, or scare you into thinking that that's going to be what I'm gunning for. Because that's part of what ends up happening with these things, is that the cancel Thanksgiving becomes a thing. When realistically speaking, they wouldn't be able to do that, right? Okay, anyways, alright, let me move on. Also, hello, female Unix. Crowley's not pro a data center until he stretch difference. If he stands as if local communities don't want a data center. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I thought that he was pro data center. If that's what it is, then I think maybe he'd have a stronger chance. Okay, let's see. Except God is non-binary. It's not out there, it's accurate. No, Leonard, I mean in the sense that you're going to get a lot of raised eyebrows from people, like, again, it's not something that I personally have a problem with. Like, you know, I might even agree. But for a lot of people, Thanksgiving's just a meal where they get together with their family, you know? And that's what they're going to be told is in, like, threat. Because she had a position on it. That's my point, right? Alright. Hydrate?
She has talked about her half-white son, that he gives her a, quote, proximity to whiteness.
I wasn't always aware of the struggles of other communities of color because for me, assimilation always kind of took over. And so I did marry, my proximity to whiteness continues, right? My son is biracial. He's half white and half Korean.
I love the hesitation. She's like, I married my child is half white. She can't even, like, bring herself to say it. Activists in the streets, colonized in the sheets. Many such cases. Also, Francesca Hong just, like, hates all holidays, apparently.
Wait, hold on. Sorry.
Cases. Also, Francesca Hong just...
Only subject off limits is Halloween, not my
like,
thing.
Hates...
IT bro who was working on our computer remotely changed the background theme to snow and Christmas cities. I feel slightly attacked.
Oh,
holiday? Wait, I do not enjoy fire on none of these takes. By the way, it's like, okay. The funny thing is that, like, I don't know if she's made any of these takes, like, or if she's ever been asked, oh, do you hate holidays? Do you hate all American holidays? Are you an American traitor? Like, I don't think she's been asked this question, right? None of these positions in, like, outside of a narrative, none of these takes are spicy. Like, many people hate fireworks. Vets hate fireworks. People who have nervous dogs don't like fireworks, okay? Because they know that their dog is gonna go, like, shake in the corner and that they have to go sit with them in the bathtub. Or, you know, if you're a vet, you might straight up just hate that people are setting off fireworks in your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the problem is that with Hong, there was a wedge there that they could get, like, there was an angle there that they could tie a lot of this into, right? And they ran with it. And if you have anything that kind of can neatly slot into that narrative, then it can and will get used, right? Nice day on Munbeans? Yeah. Hey, welcome in, Kuyamaya. Oh, also, hold on. I need to sorry, I don't know if I've... okay, alright. I need to be looking at this chat, not... The conversation that Hong was having is probably true and fine in an academic context, terrible if you're running for office. I think that's my point. I don't have a problem with if you have a position on Thanksgiving that is ultimately like, I don't like it, it's a colonialist holiday. Don't have that problem. If you're running for office, you are advertising yourself. You know that what you're saying, especially if you are a progressive candidate, and there is already a narrative that progressive candidates are just capitalizing on populism, and they don't have any strong policy positions. They're only up right now because Republicans are down. Like this generally, you do have a bit more of a stronger burden to not. I don't want to say like don't hide this stuff. There's a place for this stuff. It's not when you're on CNN and you're being grilled on your past takes. That's my position, you know? I don't accept this argument at all. Oh no, Leonard. All right. It's empty? Okay, wait. You want to get in VC? You want to get in VC about it? I have a class in 20 minutes. Oh no! But this is not a good argument. I mean, can you elaborate on why? Or what's your alternative here? Oh no, Java Bolt. That's the argument I don't accept though. Sorry. I don't accept that specific argument. I think that they have a I think that they can make a determination on who they campaign with, and sure, it can sink them if they want. Like, you know, if the person is like sort of controversial enough, but I don't think that that's not the reason she lost. You know, because she campaigned with Hassan. I don't think it's really like relevant. At least not in this context, right? Okay, wait, hold on. Also, wait. I mean, that's what my party does. Okay, hold on. We can chat about it more in depth later, but the idea that this isn't the place wrong-headed is precisely place. That's how you change in context of public sense of values. I guess my point, Leonard, is that I would want these to be a smidge more. I would want these to be like a smidge more. What was the word I was trying to find earlier? It's basically being able to realize, you know, the type of race, the type of election that you're running for, and the propensity or like the potential for people to be able to latch onto that, and then you push it in as hard as you can, right? With I feel like with Mamdani, for example, he was capitalizing on something like that, right? You're describing pandering? No, I'm not talking about pandering. I'm not talking about pandering. I'm saying you need to be like, especially if you are moderating some of your other positions, why would you not do this one as well? You know what I'm saying? Like, if what you're saying is true, then she shouldn't have walked back any of her positions. Maybe that's the bullet you're willing to bite. I just don't think I think when you do a half-assed drop, look, if she'd gone full hog and said, yep, this is my positions, as extreme as they are, I take it or leave it, then that would be I guess you could, that would be a tactic. I would like to see how it might have worked out better for her or worse. I don't know. But the fact that she moderated back those positions, but not that one, that's my problem, right? Full hog. Anyways. I don't know if it made her lose, but plenty of people think they can judge you based on the company you keep. Hassan has tons of quotes that don't look good. At the very least, it gives people ammo. Yeah, Tyson Wine, I think that this is, like, I think that ultimately this is a problem that people are going to have because, what exactly is going to be the thing that, like, blows up is not necessarily, like, I'm not, like, I am saying this with hindsight in mind, right? Like, I am saying this because I know that, like, because when I read it, when I watched that CNN interview, I was like, oh yeah, they're all gonna be all over that Thanksgiving thing, and then that was like, that feeling was validated when I then did see the Thanksgiving, like all of the headlines, right? Because prior to that, it was more broadly focused on like all of her policies. After that interview, it was all Thanksgiving. Yeah, the Thanksgiving quote is so unimportant, but that's my point. Like, how do we know that that's going to be the one that, like, blows up? I'm saying that, like, for me, when I saw that, I could tell, but maybe it's not as obvious if, like, for example, you know, if it's something else that tanks them, like if they were campaigning with someone, you know? If you're looking for a perfect candidate, grow one. Wait, if you're looking, I mean, no, look, I don't think a candidate's never going to be perfect. I think that's part of it, right? I'm not expecting them to be perfect. I think the problem is that, and this is maybe, I can accept that right now, this is a burden that is maybe unfairly being borne by, like, DSA candidates, is that they are being asked to be more, right? When and there is a specific reason for that, right? It's because right now
motherfucker.
we're in a really bad place, right? I'm gonna need data to prove Thanksgiving made her lose. Oh no, I'm not saying that Thanksgiving made her lose, to be clear.
Emma need data to prove Thanksgiving made her lose. It was covered a lot,
Emma.
but it was basically memes. I don't think anyone switched their vote based on Thanksgiving.
No, thanks for the 100 ties. I don't think Thanksgiving made her lose. I'm just saying with how close it was, like, I tend to look at everything, or like every little thing, you know? Alright, that being said, ironic because who likes fireworks more than the Chinese? She's Korean, Tuna. Okay, alright, anyway, I'm moving on.
This
I'm
woman
moving
is
on.
straight up Grinch maxing. She's got a hate tweet for every fucking holiday, I swear to God. Except for Kwanzaa. Of course. Why would she hate Kwanzaa? When asked how her—
What? Wait, what?
Grinch maxing. She's got a hate tweet for every fucking holiday, I swear to God. Except for Kwanzaa. Of course. Why would she hate Kwanzaa?
Wait, I'm sorry. Is Shoe Pepe posting? What is going on here? What? I'm sorry. What? Hold on. The joke is black people? Wait a second. I thought Kwanzaa. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I did not realize Kwanzaa was. I thought. Why did I think that it was? Why did I think that Kwanzaa was a Jewish holiday? The joke is that it's. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that's still a very weak point. It's weak, bro. It's so weak. It's so weak. Hey, Cynthia, welcome in. I don't think we have the resources to find out every reason why someone want to lost an election, but I think you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater if you require for data for every statement that no. I don't personally think I'm throwing out the baby with the bathwater if I'm asking for data to support like more or less relegating an entire group of people or like a group of positions to like the you are responsible and we need to cut you out. I don't think that it's fair. I don't think that if I'm asking for data on that, I don't think that that's a problem at all. what might be more unreasonable is asking for data as to why somebody lost an election, like to that specific degree. I think that we can. I'm obviously not like. I am open to looking at things that contribute to it, right? Oh my God, Tuna, what the hell? Brother, I can't save you from the allegations if you say stuff like that. I don't know what you mean. It's been an hour, have a drink? Okay.
Asked how her long-term vision of a world without prisons would work, Hong said, "What I know is attainable, and the policies that actually meet the urgency of the moment and understanding the realities of it means we have to ensure that we're funding our local governments, that we're bringing justice to victims." She added, "What may have been aspirational is not primary." What may have been aspirational. So it's still an aspiration. It's still a goal. It's just not the primary one. Interesting. Also, her—
See, like, of course Shu would have a problem with this because she thinks that essentially she's hiding her power level. I don't see it. I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's perfectly fine, especially if you are a democratic socialist, right? Like, a lot of your things are going to be aspirational. No shit. That's kind of the point. You know? If we looked at the percentage of Jews that voted for Hong as opposed to other candidates, you think that would be relevant? I'm not sure what you're going for. Like, are you saying that she didn't have the Jewish support, maybe? But, and like trying to tie it into like something that she said about the Jewish people or Israel or something? I don't get, like, what's relevant to what? To whether she lost? There are a lot of things that could be relevant to whether she lost, though, right? I'm just taking one part of it that Shu herself has capitalized on, more so than any of the Jewish stuff. I've not seen a single thing about the Jewish stuff. So why would I care necessarily? Like, unless it was a huge percentage that she could have won on. I think they're saying my from PA comment on demonic race where it made her lose Jewish voters. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm not sure if Java thinks that I'm a Hong supporter. Like, huh?
Opponent said this.
He is unhinged. I'll agree with that.
I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate.
So,
wait, hold on. Wait, what did she say was a slur? Or what did he say was a slur?
Aspirational. So it's still an aspiration. It's still a goal. It's just not the primary one. Interesting. Also, her opponent said this.
People try to call me the establishment. I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate.
So, cancel Thanksgiving or establishment is a racist slur. Your Democratic Party, sir. Anyway, my point is, Francesca Hong's old tweets about defunding the police and whiteness and Thanksgiving, they were being all hand-waved away.
This is like, who? I mean, wait, can I... Does anyone remember who... Was it Elon who said that cis was a slur? Was it... Was it Elon who was trying to say that cis was a slur? I'm pretty sure it was. Yes, okay. Don't let Cho hear. I did like the Hong memes, like the Hong with the Hog Rider memes. Oh my god, Elon.
By AOC as just simply being woke one.
Woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. But if you said woke one was crazy during woke one, you are a racist fascist Nazi. The citation of woke 1.0 or woke 1 is now a common shorthand among parts of the online left to describe and distance themselves from what they
I mean, nobody should give a shit about the cultural opinions of their politicians. Tuna, I agree. But that's not the world we live in, right? That's my point. It would be... I would care way more about their policies But that's not the world we live in. The world we live in has successfully convinced a lot of people that actually the cultural opinions of their politicians are more important than the policies, right? Like, that's the problem. That is the problem. And it's not entirely divorced from that either, because your cultural opinions on something can influence the way that you approach, like, those policies. But, like, in an ideal world, sure, it's like, you know, as long as you weren't trending towards some fucking fascist thing with your culture, then I would be happy to make more of a divorce, or separation from those two things, right? Depends on the cultural opinions. LGBT rights are cultural opinions, aren't they? They were cultural opinions that have now become the policy positions because they now have that power to do that. At least that's kind of how I see it, I think. Before it was like it's my choice. Like I'm allowed to be super straight or whatever the fuck they would say back then, right? Now it's just straight up like, we need to examine your organization and make sure that it's in line with the Trump organization, like the Trump admins, like, goals or whatever the fuck. And their goals are literally, hey, we have an executive order that invalidates, like, all of you, you know? So you complain for the wrong reasons, critic is still valid. Wait, hold on. Oh, Shoe. Oh, you're talking to Shoe, okay. She lost by small margins, but we can blame just about anything stupid she did. I just look at it as a totality of dumb stuff. I think that's, I maybe would see that's kind of how I would see it, Ian. And then also, like, in general, there would be other things like, you know, Michigan and its propensity to go blue or something. You know, like, you would want to look at those things as well. I'm only focusing on the Thanksgiving thing because from my viewpoint, it's something that is more within her control, you know? And, you know, like, okay, like earlier what Java was saying is fair, you know? Like, I'm not going to necessarily, like, side-eye you if you campaign with Hassan. Maybe, like, Mike from PA is a bigger problem, right? Especially if it's like something that was picked up by people, then that could be more of a factor, right? But also it kind of depends. Did he call Jews a demonic people while campaigning for her? Because that's something that, even though we know that, does everybody know that? You know? Like, is that something that was capitalized on by either side, right? We can also blame a lack of turnout, or propaganda or general bias. Like, no shit, we can blame anything because it's small. We don't have, yeah, sure, no, we don't have the data. Again, we don't have the data. I'm just saying that, like, I'm just kind of looking at it as a, you know, you have an opportunity there and you kind of, like, squandered that opportunity, I think, right? He said it before, if I recall. No, I know he said that a long time ago. That's not my question. My question is, did she say anything, like, before, you know, or while she was campaigning with him? Anyways. Did you think it's cope to question if Republicans voted against Hong in the primary since there was under competition for the Republican seat? I know that Wick got the Republicans to vote against Hong. So when you say I think that actually did happen. I'm sure. Okay. She did really well considering historic DSA ratings. I think the fact that someone jumped back in 2 weeks prior means most people were looking desperately for a moderate position. It isn't just a little shit. I think people had major issues with the platform. In order to come up with such numbers, to be clear, I don't think that necessarily, like, that she didn't have any issues apart from the Thanksgiving thing. I'm saying that when I see that, when I see Hong, I know that that's going to be a problem. That's my point, you know? Because if you have somebody who can navigate that stuff, then you could be a very progressive candidate and still manage an upset, because you have convinced enough people. You've convinced even the people who were kind of like, or maybe who would normally be hesitant on progressive candidates. If you can convince those people, then it kind of doesn't matter. Like, not that it doesn't matter, it's how you sell it to them, right? Like, maybe I'm understanding that wrong, but that's like how I see it. If you can sell that, then you could have very progressive positions. You could get lucky, like, again, depending on how likely it is for that district or whatever else to go blue, right? What did Vic do with Republicans? Oh, he talked about how he got Lactoid to go vote against Hong in that race. I don't think Thanksgiving sunk her campaign, but it contributed to she's not electable in the general, which likely did sink her campaign. Yes, I would say that I would agree with that, right? Lactoid, the guy who loves Russia. Yep, that guy. Her having a better media team would have probably been the deciding factor. I do think, I mean, I don't know anything about her media team, okay, to be clear. And Wick lost debate about Ukraine. Wick, I don't think, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever seen a debate that Wick has done where he has come out on top. This was her statement on Mike from PA's comment. Yeah, okay, let's take a quick look. Hold on.
Who joined streamers on their shows. Hassan Piker, we've talked about on this show before, who was regularly attacked by mainstream media for Democrats going on his show. But you also went on the show of a streamer called Mike from PA, who was caught on tape referring to Jewish ethnicity as invented and demonic.
Okay.
He has since apologized for those remarks, but obviously an outrageous statement.
Okay, all right, hold on.
Your campaign responded by condemning anti-Semitism, but also by saying, quote, Fran is willing to go anywhere. If we refuse to show up, those voters will hear only from the right. I'm just wondering, though, as a democratic socialist who's trying to build a coalition and speak to anyone, anywhere, should there be limits on where Democrats are and are not willing to go when it comes to media appearances? Or can Democrats not afford to say no to any platform?
Oh no, she wasn't prepared for this.
I think making the assessment in who you are getting your message to, as opposed to how you may be uplifting another platform, the host, the streamer. These are two different assessments. And
wait, hold on.
I think making the assessment in who you are getting your message to, as opposed to how you may be uplifting another platform, the host, the streamer. These are two different assessments. And if every elected official were to be responsible for endorsing or having to answer to what every other host or streamer of a platform that you are going on has said, I think it would get more and more difficult for folks to even hear other ideas, different visions, contradicting opinions. And so how people decide where and who to share.
Okay, hold on. I think I'm getting what she's picking up on, what she's trying to put down, but wait, let me hear the rest of this.
You know, I think that assessment also depends on the individual. You know, there are going to be places where I feel as though I would not be safe. And what are the precautions or the different guardrails that I'm putting up for myself and my staff, my community, by going on a stream? I think for both Mike for PA and with Hassan, they have many, many viewers and listeners who are engaged in political issues. And it's important that, one, we get our message out on what we are trying to build here in Wisconsin, which is permanent affordability and working class people power, but also looking at, are we are we platforming someone on our platform by going on and sharing this message? And so I think it's an assessment of both the individual who it's an assessment of how I feel and where I feel safe. It's an assessment.
She's saying
of who the message is getting to and
people
whether or
might
not
wonder.
the platform is
okay,
growing
hold
or
on.
not.
See, okay, see,
would
okay,
you have
look.
gone on that?
But okay, see this. No, like the answer itself is like it was very long. I think I understand what she's saying, but what he's looking for is a denunciation of the demonic Jews comment, which she still hasn't done. Like, I feel like that would be part and parcel of my answer to this. Right? Because I'm not... Okay, what she's saying is we can't worry about every controversial thing that every streamer that we campaign with has done because we want to take into account the audience that we'd be appealing to by campaigning with them. So if you are to bring the platforming problem to me, like, yes, I am making determinations. She did say my safety, my team's safety, my community's safety, but she did say the community third. So that's kind of like, okay, well, you're only worried about maybe yourself. What about like the Jewish community? That's where you would have put in that. Well, I think I would have structured this answer completely different, right? That's not what he asked.
That show.
No, don't make me go back. He literally asked. Okay, I'm sorry. He literally, what he asked, he was asking her to respond to the demonic Jewish thing. If your answer does not include a response to the demonic Jewish thing and simply talks about the fact that you are appealing to a wide audience, you're saying, hey, I want to appeal to an audience that genuinely believes Jewish people are demonic. It's one thing if you are like sweeping that away or like brushing it aside. It's another thing when you're on like Zeteo and like Mehdi Hassan is asking it to you directly. He frames in the question that she already condemned his anti-Semitism. Yeah, and she should have condemned it again. No? Don't you think? Do you think this is a good answer? Small nitpick, I doubt at even Hassan's level that the voting turnout isn't much. You have to filter for adults for... No, I'm not... Yeah, that's why I'm not particularly worried about... And that's why, by the way, like, the Mike from PA demonic thing, I didn't think was an issue because, well, in part, I didn't know that there was a direct question that was asked of her from Mehdi Hassan, right? But... You know, I guess you could zoom back out and say, okay, well, how viral did this moment go? Like, how many Jewish people do we actually think saw this moment? You know, like, I guess you could ask those questions. I'm just saying, the question has been presented to her. If she's not answering it in a optimal way, then that's kind of bad for her, right? No, I'm not saying she should just say, I condemn Mike from PA. I'm saying it needs to be addressed in the part. She hasn't addressed that part. All she has talked about is she's refuted the idea that I need to tailor who I work with and not consider who I might be appealing to. Like, I understand that. That's fine. That part is fine. She took 2,000 words to get to it. And she didn't respond to the implicit question in there, which is, what? Well, it wasn't even implicit. He asked, at what point would you say that person is not worth fraternizing with? And so if you're not going to say that, you know, Mike from PA is not worth fraternizing with, you do have to make that assertion that you do not like that rhetoric. I don't think that that's unfair to ask of her, right? I'm fine with her talking about I'm fine with her making, again, I don't have a problem with her answering, like, the spirit of what she said. I'm fine with that, because that is a thing that people are kind of overlooking. They're just saying, oh yeah, Mike from PA, you should never associate with him, which is like, you know what? Personally, that's on me. But the implicit thing is that they're also trying to lump like Hassan Piker into it, right? And that might not be that might be a different set of trade-offs. That's what she's trying to say, right? But then she does need to say the thing that's problematic about Mike from PA. Okay,
and about his comments about Jewish people. Like, would you go again?
I was not aware of the comments, and I do know that Mike has apologized for those comments. We need additional context, and I think that depending on where we are in the campaign, purely logistics-wise, but I'm always open to a conversation with Mike because he brings in perspectives and insights, and I know that he has regrets about those comments as well.
Okay.
I mean, that answer's fine. If she thinks that he apologized for those comments or whatever the fuck, you know? Like, does he? He does not. No, I know. I'm just saying that, like, I'm saying that if, like, that's the way he framed it to her, and if she didn't know about it, like, that answer is like, whatever. Maybe people who know that Mike from PA is probably like, wait, did he actually regret this? I mean, I know better. But the way that was framed, that was fine, okay? Jeez, how are we only 9 minutes into this? Okay. All right.
You as a more dated or inconvenient aspects of the impassioned social justice activism they participated in.
Mike from PA is like, he's like an it's funny because, you know, like Hassan, like, you know, I can totally see people being fans of Hassan. That makes perfect sense to me. I cannot understand people who legitimately like Mike from P. Like, I cannot see it. That man has anti-Riz. Like, not knowing about it is a pretty big red flag. I'd have to cook on that one. I can see that being true for a lot of people, like in this space, sure. I can see that being true for anyone in Twitch Bowl, yeah, sure. I'd have to like basically I'd have to make a different assessment maybe for people who are not in the space, you know. Okay, all right. Mike from PA fans or just Hassan fans who are deep? Yeah, sure. Okay, finding VOD is. Yeah, Eon. Fucking Rio. The fact that Bad Empanada has fans, sure, Mike can have some too. Oh sure, I can. I mean, you should do research on who you campaign with, and I'm pretty sure he got panned for the comment. Yeah, that's fair. But like, that's fair. That's you know, I would hold that. I would hold her responsible for that. Would I say that it's like the big red flag that proves she's an anti-Semite or something, or that she agrees with the comment? I don't know if I agree with that, but I don't know if that's also what you're saying, you know?
During the late 2010s and early 2020s. In 2021, Chai Osi, campaigning for New York City Council, tweeted, "A cis white man should not be the next speaker of the council." When a critic of his on X unearthed that old post earlier this year, Osi, now a council member, gave a pithy response. Woke One was crazy. "We all got a bit crazy back then. We did some jello shots and got on the bar and took off our tops and burned the city down and got people fired from their jobs for having opinions Obama had 15 years ago. You can't spend like 10 years bullying people into the most retarded asocial political opinions under the coercion of social ostracization or getting fired from their job, then
See, this is the part where it's like, getting fired from your job. What do you mean, Shu? What do you mean? Social ostracizations, sure. Getting fired from your job? Like, was that a systemic issue for you? Like, did that really happen for you? I've only been commenting for an hour, hello. I'm sorry. I saw a couple of new names and I was like, okay, wait, hold on. Wait, which side tried to get people fired for Charlie Kirk comments? She was salty that people are moving towards her positions because they're not recognizing her. Yeah, no, this is what Shu is sad about. I said this to Tice earlier when Tice wanted to know what Shu was trying to do, you know? Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, no, I'm sure it did happen. Was it a thing, or was it more like, you know, incidents that you know, obviously it was an alignment with the cultural shift that was going on, but ultimately wasn't something that you had to worry about as long as you weren't being a fucking, like, you know, hateful person, or if you weren't like abusing the powers of your job to like try to spread your fucking what's the baker person, right? Isn't Shoeonhead married to a Nazi? Speaking of cultural shifts, I could be wrong. I think didn't that person also have a YouTube channel? Okay, also I'm gonna go pee real quick. What was the thing that I said I wanted to play? There was some. Hold on. Actually, here. Let's watch one more minute. While I
turn
find the
around
thing.
and just be like, that just happened. My career for like a decade has been calling this out, has been trying to tell the left and the Democratic Party that woke shit was toxic and would drive people away from them. And for 10 years, I was called a racist, sexist, pick-me, fascist, Nazi.
Oh, okay, wait. I know the perfect thing. I know the perfect thing to watch. I know the perfect thing to watch while I go to the bathroom, okay? Ball pit mode? Okay, ball pit mode.
In absolute tears of this from Robin DiAngelo's new book. Oh no. At this point in my life, I had no black friends and had rarely spent time with black people. I was excited and felt an immediate need to let them know I was not racist. To that end, I proceeded to spend the evening telling how racist my family was. Hey guys, hot tip. If you're white and you're hanging out with black people, they don't want to hear you tell stories over and over about how racist your family is. They know what you're doing. They're not stupid. If you're a guy and you're like chatting up with a girl and you're like constantly talking about like how bad all other guys are, like how guys are normally super bad, but you're not like that, she knows what you're doing. Instead, you have to take the chat approach. You know what I do? When I hang out with a bunch of black people I haven't seen before, walk up to them to let you guys know I'm not racist. Just drop that. No prelude, no follow-up. Walk away, and then come back to them later. Black person walks up to me at like a community event. They're like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, good. I'm not racist, by the way. Direct eye contact while you say this. Yeah, no, you're at the bus stop, you know, you walk up to the bus stop, you know. Hey, essay. Make eye contact with the Hispanic man. Just to let you know, I'm comfortable using this bus stop. I'm not uncomfortable around people of color, like yourself. You're not just a tan white man, right? No, no. Your clothing indicates that you're of a Hispanic type. I'm not racist. Hello, black man. I'm not racist. If there are any friends or family you would like to inform of this, please do so now while I'm watching you. If you don't do it now, I will repeat this to them when I see them. They just do that shit with everything, man. Fucking in Koreatown. You're at like a house party or somebody, you shake the fucking host's hand. He's like this Korean dude. Hello, Just to let you know, I understand that you're an American. I'm not going to ask you where your blood comes from. Thank you. Are you first generation, second generation? If you're third generation or further, I won't ask you where your home country is, your native country, where your people came from. Welcome to America. I'm not racist. Thank you. Oh, God. In high school, you know, you get a black partner for your class project for the day. Hello. Contrary to stereotype, I'm not under the impression that you'll do less work than me. I expect the work to be done 50-50. Not that I, a white person, think that I have the right to tell you how much work to do, because that harkens back to the days when my family would have owned yours as property. I don't want that, but I would appreciate it if we did even amounts of work, you know? Like equal amount. Well, not separate, but equal. I mean, well, we will be doing separate tasks on this central project, so it actually will be separate but equal amounts of work. And I understand that sounds really weird from like a race perspective, but I need you to understand, I'm not racist. I've masturbated to many interracial porn. Well, okay. Interracial porn can mean any race with any other race. I specifically mean interracial with just like a black man and a woman, you know? Well, a black man and a white woman. I mean, obviously I meant white when I didn't say the race beforehand, but oh, wait, no. I assumed that you would assume that she was white because I said black man, but I didn't say the race of it was several black men. Anyway, I'm not racist. They did use racial epithets in the pornography, but I wasn't really there for those, you know? Anyway, I understand that I've always felt bad, you know, for black male porn stars because, like, they're always expected to be really hung, and I know that plays into a lot of really negative, pernicious stereotypes. Like, you might...
Are we cringing yet, chat? Help! Oh no, you're getting to the end of this particular bit.
Not even be hung. You might have, like, a little dick. Which maybe, like, white girls see that and they think that's weird. I don't think that's weird. Like, well, I'm a white man. I don't know if you're, like, into men, but if I saw your penis and it was tiny, I wouldn't think it was weird.
Alright. That's an oldie, okay? This is like from 5 years ago. Damn. Like normal horse lover stuff. Yeah, this was pre-horse stuff. Oh gosh. Alright, back to it.
Every ist and ism under the sun. And now they're just conceding to that and acting like it never happened. And you just expect us to, what? Move on?
This wasn't pre-horse stuff? That was absolutely pre-horse stuff. Oh, this was pre-tax folder. Sure.
Chasing a car, and I finally got the car, and I don't know what to do with it. Like, first of all, why as a Democratic politician would you say this? You're basically saying, like, yeah, MAGA was right. We were crazy. Like, okay. What else are they right about then? Even from, like, an AOC fan.
No. No. I think it's fine to say that, like, I don't get this, like, oh, we're walking all of it back. No, I think that, like, personally, I think that when people say woke one was crazy, like, I don't think that they mean it was wrong, you know? I think that there can be an admission that there, like, some of the application of that stuff was not done right or was, like, applied in a ham-fisted way or something. Without being like, okay, well, it was all wrong, you know? And again, like, if you're gonna use that as an excuse to be like, oh, hey, so that means y'all were wrong about, like, trans people being valid, then that's a huge red flag. Not a red flag. I mean, let's be real, these people are just walking red flags, right? But, woke one sounds a bit like wagwan. Yeah, that's true. Hey, northing one. Why am I saying northing one? It's just northing. Hold on. Who else came in? What is shoe pre? I don't know. Man, I wish I still had that heme clip of the Nuggies thing, bro. I'll have to try to find it. I'm sure I have it, right?
Point of view, this just makes her look completely unserious and makes, like, the progressive movement look completely unserious. which it is. Why should anyone trust a politician who can get swept up in mass hysteria so easily? How can I trust that won't happen again? How can I trust in 5 years from now, you won't just call whatever it is you're advocating for now woke too and dismiss it as crazy? Free Palestine. Woke too was crazy. Like, what do you believe?
That's not okay.
Even could you
He's so
imagine
stupid,
Republicans being like, January 6th one was crazy? Basically, I said this all on Twitter, and people were like already making videos of it. AOC panics after Shoeonhead calls her like. That didn't even happen. Like, I don't think AOC even knows I exist. I love the thumbnail on this one. Shoe bitch slaps AOC. Who the f is this? Is that Shoe bitch? Ah yes, the infamous notorious Shoe bitch. Going around slapping women. Every time I log onto YouTube, I'm destroying and slapping and finishing on people. If you didn't know who I was—
That's just, I mean, like, that's just, isn't that just like every title? Like, slammed, you know, person slammed for blah, 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 you know? I don't know.
You would think I was some, like, psychopathic rapist. And then you click on the video and it's just like, I posted a tweet. Anyway, back to the point. When a citizen changes their mind on something, that's totally normal, that's totally natural. Many things can happen in the span of years that can change your mind on something. It's perfectly normal to evolve and grow. And it's fine if you're a politician and you change your mind on something, but, and this is a big but, this is a fat ass. If you're a politician and you change your mind on something, I want to know exactly why you changed your mind.
Like, what? Do we apply same rules for all the centrist right, libertarians, conservatives now that suddenly support Trump anyway? It's fair. That is fair. I'm trying to think about, like, if we applied that to conservatives, right? Like, why did you change your mind? I think that you can still consider them a bad person, and you can still, like, you can still treat them like they still that they should be treated, right? Because you don't get a pass for voting for, you know, all of this bad shit to happen to minorities and to women and to trans people and so everything like that. Like, you don't get a pass on that just because now you're getting affected and now you don't support Trump because of X, Y, and Z. Like, I like, thanks for changing your mind, but also, like, you don't get as much of, like, your road to redemption's not exactly the same, right? As somebody who has had to like, you know, that person even, like, and I know that even people, okay, actually, hold on, let me think about this. This is, like, a big thing. Not on the way she's saying it. You could do a politician saying woke one is kind of cringe is explaining why their mind changed, by the way, on media figures. Well, I think she just doesn't, well, for actually, it's funny because, yeah, you're right. She doesn't understand why they changed their mind. I think that, like, when people say that, yeah, it goes back to, like, them just not, or them kind of over applying it where maybe it, you know, needed more nuance or needed more, like, gradual adoption or something like that. I don't know. It's weird too because it's like there were so many things like CRT and stuff that were never that was never something that was, like, in school, like, it wasn't in any, like, school curriculum, you know? But that was the thing that people talked about because it was in some colleges' curriculums. And so when she then says, like, oh, yeah, like, now you're calling it woke, like, no, you're the one who made it an issue. Like, you're the one who made it an issue. It wasn't an issue. It was never an issue, right? MAGA refugees should be accepted in a non-woke culture, but they also need to learn why they fell for MAGA and want to not do it again. I think that's the problem, though, Ties. Like, that's the problem that I was just thinking about, is, like, there's, like, a scale of how kind of, like, yeah, there's a scale, right? I do see it as different. They are going to be treated differently. That is going to be a problem that they made that bet. They are going to have to lie in it. On the other hand, I think if you have no structure whatsoever for them to return, then they are just going to go back as soon as it becomes, like, in their favor to do so again, right? Oh, hold on. I actually meant it in the opposite way. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Can you elaborate? Wait, do we apply the same rule for all those centers? Sorry. Do you mean... Wait, I don't understand. Maybe... Can you rephrase that question? Republicans will use anything as a boogeyman. The people who were reflexively defense, blah, blah, blah. If someone being cringe... Okay, go ahead. Can I quickly get your VC? Yeah, go ahead, Blackburn. Get in the green room. You can get in the green room. Give me a second. Oh, hold on. Give me just a second. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how is it going?
Okay, so yeah, I'm fine. So it's very quick. It's more of a gotcha than anything, because point of Shoeonhead is that how can we trust those people if they now suddenly abandon their values of the woke one, right? Because I think that what she's accusing them of is that they still believe in woke one, they just pretend that they don't, because of optics. And like, so she's like accusing basically that a lot of those lefties don't really have values or anything like that. And my issue is like, so what the fuck we say about all those libertarians or centrist right-wingers, quote unquote, that pretended that they won't support any authoritarian measures, but suddenly when Trump got to power and he's doing authoritarian things, but the things they like, they suddenly support him, right?
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. That is... I think that's a little different in the sense that you... Okay, here's the thing, though. You can't... No. The problem is you cannot give them the hypocritical argument. It's something that goes off them like water off a duck's back. You can't use the hypocrite argument on them. It simply does not work.
I guess.
Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I think it's just something that they do not give a shit about, like, hypocrite, like, or about being seen as a hypocrite. They don't care about that. Like, they don't, like, if it would work on them, then sure, we could use it on them, but it's not. They don't care. Like, I mean, you know how it is. Like, you know how conservatives will, like, you know, talk shit, but like, you know, and fearmonger when they think that Democrats are being authoritarian and stuff. And then as soon as Trump comes in, does all these fucking executive orders, like, does everything basically is a king, and they're like, oh yeah, no, sure, it's fine. Like, you know, they're not gonna care about the hypocritical argument. Yeah.
I suppose I do, because the thing is, like, I remember using to watch Shoeonhead when I was younger, and back when I was like considered myself a right winger during the first Trump term and like first half of Biden's presidency. I remember like one of the biggest points often was, and frustrations was always that, you know, left wingers are hypocrites. So like I'm still like baffled by how so many of those small government people and libertarians just snapped in this second. I'm still like confused and like, you know.
I think that it's not a snapback as it is that they were always, okay, in my opinion, they were always in favor of those things, but They just didn't want it to be in the wrong people's hands. They didn't have a problem with the tool. They don't have a problem with having free speech restricted, or like gun rights restricted, or health rights restricted. They don't have a problem with any of that. They just care who is doing it and against what people. That's what they care about. That's why you don't see, generally speaking, I'm not saying everybody does this. Like, for sure, I think there might be some people who saw the hypocrisy and then came down off of it, or saw it as a problem and it contributed to them.
I just think that some people on the right that I discussed this, I think they just refuse to recognize that. As in, they just either don't read about it, or like they like, I know some people that still claim to libertarian and they don't believe that whatever is said about Trump's administration is true.
Right, but that's the hold on, but that's the
people just refuse to recognize reality.
Yeah, no, but that's the that's the problem though. You know that if it were a person, if you had told them, oh yeah, Obama did this, let's say that they agreed with it, or they believed you on face value, they would immediately condemn it, right? And then if you go back and say, actually no, this was Trump, then it wouldn't be, oh, it's not actually that. It would be, oh, okay, but he's doing this other thing, and I care about that a lot more, you know? So then it shows that they didn't actually care about that thing. They just cared that, like, because they don't care when Trump does it. They just care, you see what I mean by sliding off? Like, I mean, it doesn't work.
I understand, I understand.
Yeah, and that's what I would say. I just don't think you can get these people, and that's also, by the way, why it's why I actually would have a better time with people who, for conservatives who have who have been hurt by Trump, and then they kind of see the light. I'm actually more okay with, like, you know, giving those people more of a pass, because those people are like, they actually can see the light, or they have seen a little bit of the light, right? As long as they don't turn around and vote for him again when things go their way again, then, you know, which obviously that a lot of people are going to do that anyway. But, like, if they can even see that it was Trump and, like, that hurt them, that's already a step in the right direction. If, like, because those people are now realizing that he is the cause of these things, and not, oh, it wasn't his fault, it was Biden, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, but yeah.
I mean, it kind of gives me like another topic, but I don't really want to derail the stream. So.
Yeah, no, we'll chat later, I'm sure.
Yeah, see you.
All right, thanks for stopping by. Alrighty, let's get back.
When you changed your mind, be transparent. What about woke 1, really woke 2 in my opinion, don't you agree with anymore? Why didn't the interviewer ask AOC that question? Like, what was crazy about woke 1? Trans women are women, DEI, white privilege, defund the police, the Green New Deal, like what? What?
All right.
Tell us.
Thanks, Boris.
What? Tell the class. I've talked about this a few times in a few videos, but one example of me changing my mind, I was way more critical of the police back in like 2020, like borderline ACAB. I was also single, depressed, living in my parents' basement, smoking weed every day, but
it's so funny. It's so funny that she does this. It's so funny that she does this, and this is Wait, hold on. Does she see what she's doing here?
I'm sure that had nothing to do with it. I can tell you that moving from the suburbs to the city, taking public transportation, having a kid, seeing firsthand how bad things are and how bad things can get, actually experiencing the world outside of my bubble is what changed my mind on that topic and a whole bunch of other topics.
She has a kid? Yeah, she does have a kid. Yeah, I actually said this before I started the video, that I saw a post of hers the other day when I was on Twitter. Don't ask me why I was on Twitter. But she did, hold on, let me see. Let me see if I can find it. But like, yeah, like I think well, okay, this is really funny though, is that she's like saying, what? This is so... How can she say this and not actually realize that this is exactly what those people are doing? Is that they're realizing that that rhetoric was maybe like too far, or not too far, but like there was some excess in that. What the hell, bro? She's so stupid.
So I want to know, AOC and other politicians, what about woke one do you disagree with now? What's sad is, if this was like 5 years ago, I'd be like, hell yeah, AOC has finally seen the light. Woke is bad, so true. Now we can get real things done, comrade. But it's not 5 years ago. I'm a grown up now, and this is extremely pathetic. As a politician, you need to be transparent. I'm gonna bird hands at you. Be transparent. The people who act like we need to be apologizing for shit our ancestors did 400 years ago, acting like 2020 never happened. I'm not buying it.
To Steel Manchu here, I almost threw out typing that. She explained why she changed her mind. That's what she's asking for. You know, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I guess in the sense that it is vague as to when people are saying woke one is crazy. Like they are saying it's crazy without really specifying why it was crazy or what specifically their current position is. In that sense, I'm fine with asking for that clarification. But I think let me think. She's a bot content creator, that's what's changed. I'd have to cook on that, I think. You're now double dead and next to Mogus for making me read that. Framing conservative views as I finally grew up, that's why I changed my mind is so weird. That Nuxie, that's a very common theme. You know how many people I know who are like harder. Oh, my kid got their first paycheck and they thought they were getting X dollars and instead they got like Y dollars, and I looked at them and I was like, ha ha ha, welcome to the real world, whatever the fuck. Like, oh, the government just taking your money shit. Like that shit pisses me the fuck off. It's so stupid. But it's stupid, but these are the cultural things that people grow up with that can make them lean like conservative or like, you know, liberal, right? Nuxie, to answer your question, by the way, it wasn't public transportation that made her conservative. She said public transportation, but what she meant was police. Like the fact that she saw like homeless people and like crazy people on the public transport. And, like, she realized why she needs police. Because she was talking about ACAB, right? Taxes, am I right? True. It's so funny. You know, and also, can I also just say, it kind of makes, like, you know, I'm sure this is somewhat by design, but it kind of also makes sense that people in these states, in particular, have a problem with taxes. Because, like, their tax dollars, like, first of all, they're probably like, if you're in a state that doesn't do state taxes, for example, right? Like, that's complete, like, you gain more benefits from, like, taxes than you give, right? But also, if you're in a state that is just shit overall, like South Carolina, like, you might not actually see where your taxes are going. Or you might look at, like, your fucking crumbling, like, infrastructure and shit and be like, well, what are our tax dollars going towards? And, you know, you could have a point there. So I think that those are kinds of the things that, like, contribute to that, like, to that being a truism, right? Because otherwise, Ties, I fully agree. Taxes are patriotic. I would absolutely pay more in taxes if it meant that I wouldn't have to worry about healthcare, or if I didn't have to worry about, you know, X, Y, and Z, you know? Like, I don't worry about my apartment getting on fire, like, or having, you know, the fire department come out because I pay taxes for it, you know? Living in Florida makes my tax dollars go directly where it's supposed to, right? To Israel, Jesus, son. Alright.
Sorry. These issues were f***ing, like, existential to these people a few years ago. And now it's just like, no big deal. It was just a
Existential, such a strong word, dog.
Phase, Mom. I'm just a silly 30-year-old teenage politician. My concern isn't really that Democrats are admitting this stuff was wrong and deeply unpopular. My concern is I don't see anything preventing
Hey,
from—
Polar Knight says, a Norwegian, I don't go broke getting sick. I pay a lot of taxes, but it's worth it. Yep, I'm a fan of that, personally, right?
that happening again. There's literally some assemblywoman in Brooklyn right now running on some woke one-ass shit as we speak, talking about how stealing should be legal, actually.
No one should be arrested, much less jailed, for stealing a tube of toothpaste. Incarceration separates people from their jobs, support service, and loved ones. It perpetuates a cycle of poverty and crime, no matter how much fear-mongering the right-wing media does.
These people aren't stealing toothpaste.
I mean, like... Like, this is a take that just needs, like... This is a take that just needs, like, some workshopping to, make this palatable. Like, the actual underlying, idea is fine. You know? Like, the underlying idea, to be clear, not the policy prescription. Like, I think, and this actually, funnily enough, this is funnily enough what the, what I was trying to say earlier with Hong, right? Like, we can look at this statement and, say, like, we know how this is going to be received by the constituency, right? And depending on what they care about, what their current issues are, they are going to react differently to it, right? Like, if they have a lot of people who are getting arrested and who are getting, like, thrown in jail for, or prison for, like, years and years for stealing tubes of toothpaste, you know, or for, like, because they are all so poor that they can't afford their groceries and shit, then, yeah, that is probably going to resonate. This is going to resonate with them more. If your issue is, like, that you have a, like, a right-wing base that is just going to capitalize this on this and say, oh, she doesn't want to incarcerate anybody. And, you know, if they are able to successfully wield that talking point to, like, twist it into something she's not saying, then, yeah, that's what they're gonna do. You know? I think that, they need, like, again... You can workshop this response so as to get your point across clearly, and not, like, shoot yourself in the foot. I think that's kind of my point, you know? I'd actually be interested in seeing what Leonard has to say about it, because, I mean, I might actually save this, like, specific tweet as to you, like, use or whatever, but... hold on, what is this F word? Also, Parse, I do have your link open. We'll look at that as a planet cleanser. Okay, hold on. I love the USA. Please let the American president fuck up some more of my country and making a killing on oil and gas sales. Damn. My issue is, yes, needing tampons, a sandwich, toothpaste makes sense that people shouldn't have the book thrown at them, but people do in fact just steal whatever they want depending on the situation. The NYC example of cops not coming out for thefts under $50 made people steal all the shit. Rioters steal the connoisseur's entire stock of cigs. They point to the obvious and ignore what people are most concerned. Okay, gotcha. I didn't know that was... Okay, hold on. That makes sense. I don't know... By the way, I don't know the context of this. Hey, thank you. What did you say? Just to be clear, icebeans is the only one I give money to watch Polar Nights. Thank you, I appreciate it. I do, okay? I do. Actually, quick reminder that if you're not subscribed to me on YouTube, you should click on this link real quick and like and subscribe, okay? All right, yeah, I'll remember this particular thing to bring up with Leonard. I'm interested.
No matter
in
how much fear-mongering.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to respond to what Ty said. Yeah, no, see, Ty's, that's my point. That's also kind of my point, right? Like, I know what you're saying. Like, I think you can, especially if you're responding to a situation like that, you could be like, yeah, Because you are comparing it to something else, you know? You are saying, hey, these people shouldn't go to jail for like fucking 30 years or some shit, you know? We should try to address why they are doing it in the first place so that then we can focus on the people who are just stealing shit because they're trying to, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm not like an expert on this, okay? I'm saying there are experts for that. Go consult them. Like, go to the spin doctors or whatever it is they call them. Why do I have to defend every crime for pointing out people shouldn't be punished over the hard? But they say, if they say these people, they don't have to justify every racism ever. Well, race is a part of this conversation. I think that, like, Kuya, I think the problem is that if you say no one should be arrested, much less jailed for stealing a tube of toothpaste, if you only make it about, like, okay, if a person steals a loaf, okay, hold on. If a mom steals a box of diapers, like a young mother steals a box of diapers, we would probably be more likely to say, like, and we just don't know anything else apart from that fact that they are a mother and that they stole a box of diapers. We don't have any, like, I feel like we would probably be more likely to think that that person stole it because they needed it, right? Because they couldn't afford diapers and they needed diapers, so they stole diapers. If you, and that's fine. I think that that's fine to do in, like, especially if you have, like, evidence to kind of support that. If you treat every person who every mother who steals a box of diapers as, like, oh, they are stealing the box of diapers because they can't afford it, then you would be ignoring people who steal diapers because then they go give that to other people who sell, whatever, like, you know, the more sort of, like, you leave space for somebody else to come in and insert their own narrative and work on it, right? I think that might be the issue that I have here, is that we are, we're leaving that space, right? Oh my god, Polar, thank you for gifting the Duber, and what the... I appreciate it, thank you. And Mad Lad gifting a sub to Diaper Insurance, god. The illicit diaper trade is a real issue. No, you know what I mean though, right? Like, I like, when people talk, okay, when especially, oh my god, whenever people were talking, oh my god, remember the, oh my god, remember the, like, the grocery robbery store discourse that we had on Twitter, at Twitch at some point? Like, it's like that. You let people, like, get in and say all kinds of things, and if you don't address it, then you are going to have to, like, I don't know, you're just gonna have all these issues, I guess, you know? Focus? Alright, yeah, fair enough.
The right-wing media does. These people aren't stealing toothpaste because they have to brush their teeth. These people are stealing things in bulk to sell on Facebook Marketplace.
Shoe. You let Shoe happen. You let Shoe happen. This is what happens. You let Shoe, like, still, okay, listen, Shoe's probably gonna run her mouth anyway, but you make it easy for Shoe to run her mouth. I guess that's my problem with it, right? And I also, by the way, I do understand that there's a line there, right? Because, of course, if you're getting clipped out of context, or, like, this wasn't a scenario where that context was needed, then, yeah, and then if they capitalize all that and they make it, yeah, sure. I understand that it's, like, an uphill battle. I'm just saying that, like, if it's a clear-cut case of, like, you can kind of disambiguate, then you don't want to lose the people who would only, I don't know. I have to think about it more.
We have food banks, food stamps, charity for poor people who can't actually afford toothpaste. If I could go back in time and tell myself one thing, it would be, criminals are not Aladdin. Criminals are not Aladdin. Criminals are not Aladdin! And it would make everyone's lives incredibly easier if there was actually some deterrent against crime. Yes. Otherwise, what's the point? Why should anyone go to work and spend their hard-earned money when we can just steal? Crime is legal now. Laws. Drunk driving is not illegal on stolen land. I don't think they understand just how incomprehensible
Did she mean
some
Robin
of their
Hood?
worldview
My
actually
daughter
is.
is asking me why I'm watching a diaper. Come on, Paul.
If my daughter is assaulted and raped, is there any agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Also, your daughter should probably not watch.
Of course, yeah, of course.
What would it be if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals and talk more about the reality that we're actually facing right now, which is that we're spending in absolutely outrageous amounts of money on police and policing.
What hypothetical? That's the entire idea.
No.
That's the entire policy, and you can't explain it? Abolish.
That's okay. That is okay. Listen, that person, I think, that person has a different issue. Okay? That person has a different issue. That person, it's not about just workshopping. It's not workshopping the answer. I mean, it kind of is. I do think that if you're going in, I don't know, young politicians saying dumb stuff, yeah, except that person, if I remember, who was that person? Weren't they some kind of chairman or whatever? I don't know. I think that is, I actually see that as a little bit of a different issue. That person is like, they do seem to be a little less able to make the distinction between that aspirational goal and like what's like the direction that they want to go in, you know? I don't know. You can't fix that one. You can't fix that one with a savvy answer, I think. That's like I don't even consider that in the same sort of what's the different issue? Just say it's rude? Wait, what? No, I'm saying that, like, if you... Okay, hold on a second. If you're saying abolish police, right? Like, I do see abolish police as not... Like, I don't see abolish police as something that can be meaningfully effectuated in, like, our lifetimes. Right? Because, like, of how our society is set up, B, our, like, utter reliance that our society has on, like, or the attachment to that that punishment thing, you know? That punishment part, the retribution part of it is, like, still huge for many people. Why did that man bring up if my daughter was raped and assaulted? He's very explicitly calling into... He's bringing to people, like, he's trying to inspire people or emotionally manipulate people into thinking my daughter just got raped and assaulted, and this lady is saying that she would not punish him. This lady is saying that he would walk free. That's what he's trying to go for, right? And you, as a socialist, I think, like, honestly, I don't think I know any socialists who would just abolish the police with nothing in place to replace it. And currently, even the people who even the people who are working towards those replacements are not doing it as a blanket thing. They're doing more, like, they're working towards more gradual goals, like getting more social workers or whatever the hell else, like, to kind of replace those functions, right? Or working towards initiatives that would prevent people from being, like, arrested in the first place or whatever the fuck, right? So, or, like, keep them off the streets, or you know, protections like wage insurance or some shit like this, so that they're not homeless, so that they don't have to be they don't have to resort to stealing and stuff like that. That's my understanding of what most socialists would do, rather than say, I would go for all police being, like, vanished tomorrow, because that's not realistic. So I wish that more people, or people, would stop doing this thing where they don't have the language to explain that, and then they go on and, like, But again, see, that's what I mean by it's a different issue. That is like, you don't have the capability of understanding that you are not a good spokesman for this stuff, or you are not able to clearly communicate that this abolish police thing is a future goal that we need to take steps to get towards. That I am absolutely not saying that the person who gets raped and assaulted, like, that person's assaulter shouldn't be held to just, like, why is this hard? I don't think that's hard. I mean, it's hard, obviously. You're going onto a hostile show and then you're getting, like, clipped and farmed. But it's just like with that fucking anti-work person who went on to Jesse Waters, right? Like, I'm sorry, you do wreck it for your for your movement when you do that shit, right? I think that I mean, maybe it is just straight up media training across the board, but I think also there needs to be, or at least I think that, again, I don't think that, again, like I said, the socialists I know wouldn't say, hey, abolish police tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? Reddit mod, I think they got demodded after that. I do remember that, yeah. I think part of the issue also, Chais, is that, like, the DSA are not they are more of a collective of ideas. They do have, like, a policy that's on their website, and, like, the international community is cringe and shit. But the problem is that the way they are being treated right now in the media is, like, as if they have a singular platform. And so, I think that they would need to, like, there would need to be some kind of collective education on that point, maybe. You know, maybe, and absolutely, I do think that in part it would be, you know, who gets to go and, like, who votes for the policy that's published on their website or whatever the fuck, right? That needs to be changed as well, because otherwise people are just going to continue to buy that idea that there is a single platform, right? I think it's a both sides problem, I guess. I don't know, Beans, it might sounds like you might have some investment in the prison industrial complex. No.
Prisons. Where do the bad people go?
I don't know.
Like, yeah, okay. In a functioning society, people like that would be forced to dig ditches in a work camp forever. Useless. Sorry I'm chutting out so hard in this video. I'm in my luteal phase. I have a fucking pimple. I have a pimple. For the first time in like 15 years, I'm stressing out so hard. What the f***? Anyway, despite the—
Aw, she was so stressed out. And she was so stressed out that she has a pimple, guys. Why do... Wow, Shoe, you have a pimple? Oh my god, get the sad violin music up. People don't have healthcare, you bitch. You bitch!
Republicans completely dropping the ball right before midterms. Surprise! War in the Middle East forever! The sudden walk back about Woke One clearly shows the Democrats are still struggling with PR. If only there was some sort of left-wing Joe Rogan.
People think I'm the king of Woke 1.0, that I was Mr.
Yeah,
Red.
people getting deported for being brown. Yeah, people, like, losing their health care. Like, oh no.
Right? I never was. I have a pretty open mind to unlimited progress, but I also understand how people operate. Like, I never did the Latinx thing. Like, I have been dark woke before dark woke was invented. Like, this is the headquarters of dark woke.
Not the dude who called me emo, calling himself dark woke.
I mean, you were emo. No? Like, I mean, I know she's going for the whole trad wife thing now, but wasn't she emo? Am I misremembering? Wasn't she emo?
What the actual f is dark woke?
What is dark woke?
Dark woke is just Democrats are just as woke as we were in woke 1.0. The messaging is what's important. It is aggressive.
The entire idea of dark woke seems to be that regular woke was too polite and too wholesome.
Dark woke for me is we are fighting for good and for equality and for social justice for everybody, but we don't mind saying F you.
Dark woke, get it? It's like woke, but we're mean. You already are mean. That's why
Aw, Shoe.
people hated you. You were
No, we weren't mean. Oh no.
Wagging morally righteous woke scolds. The problem was never that the left was insufficiently mean online. God forbid someone say the wrong word, liked the wrong tweet, or failed to participate in
it was more passive. Exactly. That's less mean. Passive aggressive is less mean than straight up aggressive. Part of the issue is that you won't win against a person arguing in bad faith as well. Welcome in, the link went. People like Shoeonhead misconstruing the actual argument is an intentional strategy. Oh yeah, no, this is an intentional strategy of hers. I absolutely would agree that this is not. She is smart enough to realize, I think, why people would draw back. Like, I don't think that she really believes the whole, oh, they're saying woke 1 was cringe. What else was wrong? What else do they think is wrong? Or what else did they say that was wrong? Like, I don't think she believes that. I think she is just using that. She's just planting a seed in people's minds for them to go out and ask that question. What else did you not believe? You know? Also, Mad Lad, thank you for gifting to Dark Woke Princess. Dark Woke equals edgy. I think Dark Woke has, we watched a whole video on this, like, a few weeks ago, maybe. But I think Dark Woke definitely takes off some of the more, when I think about Dark Woke, actually, I think about, like, Soy Pill. Like, as soon as he sees Tally on, like, a panel, he's like, why the fuck are you here? Why would we care about your opinion? You voted Trump and are not repentant for it. Like, you don't regret your vote. Why are you here? Get out. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to know about your... nobody cares about your opinion on Democratic strategy, you know? Also, Polar Knights, thank you for... Don't put this out. Don't believe these people. He's right. Yeah, no, I think that's what Dark Woke... I think that's what Dark Woke would... I like that. Like, that's a good example of it, you know? OG wash equals dark. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, I'm trying to remember. Was it an arc that he went on against tankies? I'm really trying to remember. I remember him going on, like, some arc where he was doing nothing but, like, shitting on tankies, I think, for a bit. Dirtbag? Well, what's the difference, you know? Alright.
The latest virtue signal humiliation ritual. I'm sorry, can we just go back to that Hassan clip real quick?
I have a pretty open mind to unlimited progress.
What the f does unlimited progress mean? Considering these guys think progress is like a literal linear line where just more and more people get rights. So, like, what the f does that mean? Pedophile rights, zoophile rights? What unlimited progress are we talking about?
Oh my god, this is so brain dead, bro. See, this is what I mean when, like, this is Shu just, like, throwing out seeds for her, like, followers to pick up on and take them as, like, little talking points, you know? Like, that's what she, like, I don't think she doesn't believe that. She doesn't believe that Hassan thinks that it's a line, right? Like, bro. Fuck a straw, man. Let's get the paper, man. Linear line. Hey, Keelan, welcome in. Yeah, no, it's not. I don't think she's that dumb. I really think this is her, like, being intentionally dumb, you know?
Your buddy, because that sounds pretty woke to me. We did so much progress.
No, it's Testy. What the fuck, man? Thank you for the sub to Shoeonhead Live. I didn't know she had a Twitch channel, but okay.
The gender discussion. We somehow looped back around to little boys liking pink means they're gay. but wokely, no son of mine is gonna play with Barbies. That must mean he's—
Wait, what? What did she say? What the fuck is she saying, bro?
What the f does unlimited progress mean? Considering these guys think progress is like a literal linear line where just more and more people get rights. So like what the f does that mean? Pedophile rights, zoophile rights? What unlimited progress are we talking about here, buddy? Because that sounds pretty f***ing woke to me. We did so much progress to the gender discussion. We somehow looped back around to little boys liking pink means they're gay. But wokely, no son of mine is gonna play with Barbies. That must mean he's a girl. You people are lost.
No. No. What the fuck is this? What is this? Oh, is this? Oh, also thank you for the sub to Testicle Goblin, but also like what? What? Oh no. He's so stupid, bro. Like, do people actually— I mean, I think I guess people buy this. I guess people buy this, right?
In the sauce.
Mandami's aide, his top aide, Sia Weaver, said if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over. And impoverish the white middle class.
Beast mode. I love her so much. One of the things about Zoran is that the people surrounding him oftentimes—
Also, Hassan should not be clean shaven, I think. Like, he needs the mustache at least. Is that just me? Is it just me? I think he needs the mustache. Like, he's looking more like he's looking more like Lonabox right now, bro. I don't fucking see it right now. No. No. Oh no. Holy Lona walks. No, seriously, tell me right now. He needs the mustache at the very least, you know?
they're so much cooler than he is.
I like how in the video where he defends himself from people criticizing that clip, he's like, guys, come on, it was just a joke, guys, come on.
Jesus,
in the description of that video, he's like, anti-white racism, which doesn't exist. Definitely not.
Wait, hold on, wait, what?
The description of that video, he's like, anti-white racism.
Okay.
Racism, which doesn't exist. Definitely not woke one. All right, buddy. Sorry. It's so hard not to just make the entire video clowning on that goofball. Like, bro was in a suit at a pool party.
Something like this? Wait. This is— no, you're talking— no. This is like some Chenk shit right here, okay? Like, no. Do not do this to Hassan, okay? I don't know if Hassan deserves that, alright?
Man is a cartoon character. I don't want to make videos about Hassan Piker, but you can't fucking escape him nowadays because the media—
oh man, I didn't want to make this. I didn't want to make videos about Hassan Piker, but I had to. No, come on.
Shut the f up about him. Fox News is just hyper-focusing on him every single day to go after the Democrats because I guess they have nothing else. And then the response to all the Hassan stuff coming out on the right, coming out on Fox News, is then like left-wing journalists making more puff pieces, taking more photo shoots of Hassan in his mansion, and all these outlets calling him like a terrorist and a communist.
Totally didn't want to make a video about Hassan, by the way.
Just makes him sound way more important and like way cooler than he actually is. Nothing hurts this dude more than reminding him that he is literally just a Twitch streamer. I don't want the focus of American politics to center around a f***ing Twitch streamer. Like,
why you— Also, I'm sorry. No, you can't put the Hassan back into the Twitch, okay? Loki, she's right. No, you can't— okay, sorry. No, this is stupid. This is stupid. Don't, like, you know, this could have been a take— her take would have been right, like, 4 years ago, maybe. Right? Or even during, like, 2024, like the 2024 election, you might have been okay getting away with this. Right? you don't get to say this, and you don't get to pretend that he can be put back into the Twitch. Like it's something that can be shut down. And like, you don't get to, don't like acknowledge that he's being on mainstream and then just say he's just a Twitch streamer, guys. Why are we talking about him? I don't want to talk about him, but also, hey, his stupid suit. And like, no, you don't. That's so stupid. Just pick a position. Like, if you, I'll even take the other position of like overemphasizing his importance, because at least you're committing to that. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for the sub to Hassan. How are you waiting? She has 2016 talking points and still running with them. Well, again, yeah, she is talking, like, she is going back into what she's saying is, hey, we were right when we were complaining about Woke 1, you know? You just didn't listen to us, and now you also think Woke 1 was wrong and bad, you know? But, yeah.
I don't understand the media's obsession with this guy, but at the same time, I don't think Hassan is the best wagon to hitch yourself to if you're the Democratic Party. There are other internet celebrities on the left you could do that with. Like, God, the left really has nobody.
Great points, Shu, you fucking moron.
No, he's a sex pest. No, she's a sex pest.
Oh, wait. People are getting strays. What?
Damn it. I don't know. There's gotta be someone with way less baggage.
Hold on. Who's
God,
the she? What? Hold on. This is actually very fun. Okay, hold on. The one funny shoe point she's made.
You could do that with.
No.
Like, God, the left really has nobody. No, he's a sex pest. No, she's a sex pest.
Who's the she?
I don't know. There's gotta be someone with way less baggage.
Wait, stop. Who's the she? Who's the she? Who's the she? My God, everyone talking about woke. I don't want to talk about the woke. Demon Mama? Why are we watching this pimple-infected woman? Use the AI in the video? I don't want to do that. I'll find out some other
Hassan
way.
Piker. Like, why don't you hitch your wagon to someone like that? Instead of Hassan, who
Demon Mama's
every
a funny
time he's
answer, though.
rightfully criticized, hides behind how he just wants to give us health care.
Death to the West! Let the streets run with their capitalist blood!
Whoa, dude, you're making us look bad.
Oh, I'm just a little healthcare boy! You wouldn't criticize a little healthcare boy now, would you?
I don't care anymore. I wash my hands of this. There's gonna be like 25 videos uploaded after this, like, Shoeonhead bends Hassan over and f***s. Like, great. Can't wait.
Didn't expect Hassan clip show? Yeah. No, hold on a second. She said she didn't want to talk about Hassan. She wants to talk about Hassan. It's very obvious. Was that soy filled? No, it wasn't. I don't think it was, but it would have been very funny if it was. Maybe she meant Philosophy Tube? Wait. Did Philosophy Tube have, like, sex pest allegations? Ask the bot. No, I don't think. I think that's too. That's too. That's gotta be too, like, big, and I don't want to use AI to ask that question. He doesn't know. Wait, hold on a second.
Big study we talked about that was done after the Democrats lost the election that showed the most popular Democrat position.
Hold on.
Was done after the Democrats lost the election that showed.
Hold on. What did she say?
Head bends Hassan over and f***s. Like, great. Can't wait. Remember that big study we talked about that was done after the Democrats lost the election that showed the most popular Democrat positions were things related to.
Hold on. What study is this? What study is this? Hold on. Okay, I'm just gonna...
To economic issues, and the least popular policies were things like abolishing the police, abolishing prisons, and like open border policies. People don't want to abolish the police. They do not want to abolish prisons. They don't want to talk about whiteness or whatever the talk to actual workers about them. Like, talk to actual blue collar workers. They hate this shit. And they hate you. They hate you because you suck, but they also hate you because you hate them. Like I said 500 billion times before.
Wait. Hold on.
More people would be on board with what the left was saying, or at least like sit down and listen to you, if you dropped the gay race Marxist bullshit. How do I know this? The DSA and the left.
What? How do you know this? What? Gestures to... No!
And the death bull, or at least 500 billion times before. More people would be on board with what the left was saying, or at least like sit down and listen to you, if you dropped the gay race Marxist bullshit. How do I know this?
No. 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 The gay Marxist bullshit is not being dropped. We're currently, like, at least this is my understanding, that part of what we're having to do is we're having to reprioritize, like, things like the existence of our democracy. You know, I sincerely doubt that woke one is crazy would have been a thing if we weren't in this position where we're not in this position. Like, right? Also, Cheeto, I think Cheeto found the study. Also, welcome back, Leonard. Hold on. Part 5, what is popular and what is not. Is this a, what is this? Thank you, by the way, Cheeto. What is this, though? Like, this is a study? Hold on. BRB one more time, though I have to go to the gas station. I don't know what this, like, hold on a second. I think, I mean, Cheeto did find it. But I want to know... okay, here we go. This is it. Thank you, Cheeto. I appreciate it. But what is this? Okay, here we go. A better way to do issue polling. This is like, oh, okay, so wait. So this seems to be like a collection of stuff that then they make, like, they're doing a whole, like, it's like an analysis shit. But I want to know who it is that did this, and, like, based on what, because this is not just a study, right? Overall, we find that the more popular parts of the Democratic policy agenda center on protecting and expanding healthcare access, defending Social Security, Medicare, making the wealthy pay their fair share in taxes, and protecting abortion rights. Unpopular Democratic policies, abolish the police, abolish prisons. Right, but, like, the problem is that, in part, it's not, you know, okay, hold on a second. When was also this done? When was this done? There's no, like, oh no. This does not bode well. What is this? I'm so confused. Deciding to win. I'd have to read through this, I think, to understand what this is. I don't know any politician who has said to abolish prison. Right, that was what I was gonna say, son, was that I don't think anyone is running on this shit. A lot of it is just, like, people bringing up, like, takes that they've had on Twitter or whatever the fuck. Like, I'm, like, and it goes so far as to replace what they actually campaign on, you know? So, yeah. But also, they do economic shit.
Can't
I want to
wait.
see how she presents this, right?
big study we talked about that was
study.
done after the Democrats lost the election that showed the most popular Democrat positions were things related to economic issues, and the least popular policies were things like abolishing the police, abolishing prisons, and like open border policies. People don't
Am I wrong, or is that the abolish prisons thing part of the DSA platform? Testy, okay, hold on. Let me actually pull this up, okay? Because here's the problem. When you, like, the party platform might have, okay. I'm sorry, this is so stupid. This is so fucking stupid, okay? Your party can have platforms that are, like, statements of where they eventually want it to go. Right? That's fine. That's fine. Part of the problem is that the like, okay, there was, like, you know, the part of the research that I did for, like, you know, the USPS video, which I'm still working on, is that the Tea Party specifically had a goal, which was to get rid of the USPS. Does that mean that they would have a candidate who legitimately just straight up says, I'm gonna get rid of the USPS? No. What they would do is they would have candidates who would push these things along, or push the needle in that direction, so that eventually we would be able to abolish the USPS. Like, that's my understanding. So when people like bring these positions to the candidates and say, you know, what about this position that your party has? What about this position that your party has? Or not party, but like, this is an arm of the party, right? The DSA right now is getting more scrutiny than they probably deserve, because they are presenting themselves as an alternative to these moderate Democrats, right? And because they're specifically pushing against this idea that the moderate is the better vote because it's the safer vote, they're trying to get in there and saying that actually, no, we can get stuff done and address the issues that the moderate Democrats have. At least that's what I understand as the angle, right? But it then does mean that they have to maybe account for some of these things that will be brought up by both moderate Democrats and by Republicans. So I don't know that, like, so for me at least, that's why I think that it should be on these DSA candidates to be discerning when they talk about those things, and especially if they can elaborate and articulate and say, hey, this is a broad position. Like, this is like a pipe dream down the line when we have plenty more opportunities to rehabilitate people, when we've fixed, like, the homelessness problem in our city, when we've, like, these are the things you want to start talking about, right? So, like, my position is that it's unfortunate that the DSA is getting so much heat, but it's understandable. And if they want to move on, and they want to be more popular, and they want to avoid some of the easy pitfalls, then it'd be helpful for them to learn those things, right? Because sometimes it could be as simple as knowing how to answer a question different. But, you know, that's my position, right? Girl, by the time you get that idiot, it'll be ready for... Shut up, miser!
They want to abolish the police. They do not want to abolish prisons. They don't want to talk about whiteness or whatever the talk to actual...
And yes, Keelan, I do know that, but that's also part of the problem, is, like, the public perception that it is a singular thing. You know, that is on people to... that's on both. Like, I feel like, you know, it is in Democrats' benefit to, like, the Democratic Party as a whole to stop treating it as a singular position thing. And also, especially if you are in the DSA, you're contemplating joining the DSA or something, you should make it more, like, more clear. But I think that it is always going to be an uphill battle, especially if it continues to be more of a collective. It's going to be an uphill battle, right? Like, you're just going to have to account for that. That's my kind of, like, it's an unfortunate reality, but you are always going to have to answer for like the tanky influence or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Okay, alright. The report was written by Democratic consultants and funded by Welcome Pack, a center-left political action committee that supports moderate and pragmatic Democrats running in competitive or swing congressional districts. Interesting. I trust the underlying poll data that collected more than the conclusions they draw for it. I mean, I'm actually still interested in reading it because I want to know what their read is. I'll look at this. I do want to look at this, right? But yeah, like she's using this in a fucking she's using it in a fuck ass way.
Workers about them, like talk to actual blue collar workers. They hate this shit, and they hate you. They hate you because you suck, but they also hate you because you hate them. Like I said 500 billion times before, more people would be on board with what the left was saying, or at least like sit down and listen to you if you dropped the gay race Marxist bullshit. How do I know this? The DSA and the left and the Democrats, they have to distance themselves from the goofy, destructive, identity politics, asocial bullshit.
This is this is a funny conclusion that she's made. She's like, wait, wait, what did she say?
Hong Kong, motherfucker!
What?
Hong Kong!
Huh? What? Hold on. Lauren's about to say something. Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way.
Since we are at the end of the video, I want to note that police reform is so easy to communicate. You don't get new shiny riot gear when you are killing people for pulling out their phone near you. They gave so much training, their dreams consist of training runs. Then they can have a few shiny things.
Gotcha, Ties. Well, I guess that makes sense. Right, but like also, again, I think that I'm sure there are people who genuinely do want to abolish the police, and I'm not certain at this point whether they think that it is something that, like, okay, look, again, if you don't have like a good answer prepared on what you mean by like, or how you can kind of justify that position, then you are going to allow people to think that you actually do want to abolish the police right here and now, and they're gonna run with it, right? So whether or not they actually internally believe whether it's possible in their lifetime or whatever is kind of like not irrelevant. I would hope that they know that that's not true, and that it's something that would need to be worked towards before we can completely get rid of police. I'm even fine with, like, I would like to abolish the police. I just think that it's a down the road kind of thing, right? Or we need some fundamental things to change about our system before that can be a position that I would feel comfortable going on main and advocating on. So, you know, I that's kind of and I think I'm trying to also respond to like what Testy was saying, right? That if you do advocate for it directly, then you better be sure that there's something like that you're actually indicating towards something that's feasible, or that something that you can implement, or that your particular constituency is going to allow you to play with, right? Because okay, here's an example, like Mamdani's like grocery stores are something that New York has allowed him to quote unquote play with. Does that make sense? Like they are saying, okay, I trust you to try to give this a good shot and let's see how it goes, right? Like that's my understanding of it. But I don't know of any person who has a similar plan and also has the trust of the people to kind of come out and just boldface say abolish police. Like, so to characterize that as their actual position, I mean, I again could be wrong. I could be wrong. Somebody can give me a clip at any point that's like straight up where they hand on their heart. I'm not talking about like I'm not talking about a non-answer. I'm talking about they are saying my goal is to abolish the police in the next 5 years. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I want to see that before I can make an assertion that that is actually their goal. Otherwise, I'm just going to say that I would probably lean more on that whole, like, they just don't know how to communicate the idea that, or they, whatever. I don't know. Also, welcoming Gust. Like, I don't know, dude. Oh, they call this type of thing electorally feasible? Yeah, I think that's probably a good... Yeah, that would be a good word for it.
Distance themselves from the goofy, destructive, identity-polic, asocial bullshit. And in order to do that, you actually have to mean it. Not just laugh it off. But I don't think they can, because this stuff is just so deeply ingrained in socially progressive politics. A lot of this stuff isn't woke one. It's just part of dismantling whiteness.
Yeah, it's just like open borders. No Democrats in government actually want to do this. That's another one. Oh yeah, sure, right. But it's like one of the things. Yeah. I mean, it's the with the DSA stuff, with the DSA candidates. I think that's part of the problem, is that, like, the things that they're being called into question is, like, sometimes it is as stupid as, like look at what Shu brought up, right? Like, Shu brought up the whole Thanksgiving thing and then took, like, a bunch of other tweets about other, like, holidays that didn't really form, like, a really good narrative, and then said at the end, oh, she hates all holidays except for Kwanzaa because she's woke. You know? And that's what I'm trying to see. That's what I'm trying to see. Or I'm trying to ask Ampar, right? DSA saying abolish police. Which do we actually have a DSA candidate who has said, yes, I want to abolish police? I'm not talking about the party, like the general, what's considered the general party platform, whether or not that's true. I'm asking if there is an actual candidate who came out and said, I want, no, not the DSA website. I'm not talking about their platform. I'm talking about a specific candidate saying that is what I am going for, in the same way that Mamdani, for example, said, I'm going to try to get, like, the bus stuff and the grocery stores, right? Why doesn't the DSA website count? Because that's not the type of thing that I'm talking about. The DSA website is going to talk about what the platform's broad policy is. Their broad goals that their individual candidates are going to slowly work towards, but not necessarily are going to run on those things right away. Okay? Again, like I was saying, let me give you an example, right? I mean, I just gave you that example, but let me bring up one more because I think that this is, like, important. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna let this keep playing while I pull it up. Okay.
Destroying hierarchies, subverting norms, or whatever the f***. That cancel Thanksgiving tweet wasn't just some, like, silly haha woke one bullshit. But, you know, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is what I've been asking for a decade. Maybe this is a new era for the Democrats. Could AOC actually have changed her mind? Yes, it's totally possible, yes. AOC and I are, like, the same age. She's, like, a year older than me. She's still pretty young. 35 is young, right? It's not impossible that in her time being a politician, her mind has changed on a few things, but it lines up suspiciously well with a run for president in 2028. So forgive me if I'm a little bit skeptical. I see a lot of Republicans online like, do it, AOC, run for president. Don't get too cocky. You may be surprised. The American people are an enigma, and we might see a pretty big pendulum swing. As hard as it is for some hyper-partisan brained people to hear, not everyone voting for these DSA candidates are like crazy commies or something. Just like not everyone who voted for MAGA in 2016 when Trump promised to bring jobs back and he will remember the forgotten man and whatever. Those people weren't Nazis. When people can't afford a house, a car, to get married, to have kids, you cannot be shocked when they start looking for options outside of the establishment. Huey Long, one of my favorite politicians, believed that if people had their needs met and were content and happy and had jobs and could feed their families, communism or fascism would never come to America because people would have no reason reason to revolt or want those things. They would be happy with what they had. He believed that extreme economic inequality created political instability. And as the economy continues to go to shit and wages don't increase, and
Wonder
like
why,
Dan Crenshaw
Shoe?
respond to these issues with basically
Why
let
is
them
that,
eat
Shoe?
ramen, we
Why
are
did
going
that
to see
happen?
people moving to all different directions on the political spectrum. Personally, until there's a Democratic Party that isn't prisoner to identity politics or isn't completely cucked by race grievance, I'm not a Democrat. And until there's a Republican Party that actually cares about workers and isn't completely cucked to a certain foreign country, I'm not a Republican. I'm trying to look like Hassan. I look like a f***ing femboy. Wait, hold on.
Hi, my name is Sock.
She's not beating the emo allegations, okay?
I look like I would be groomed on Discord. What the actual f***? Alright, I need to get out of this. I need to get out of this. In conclusion, I do not like seeing politicians run from accountability. I like transparency. If you change your mind on something, tell me why. This woke 1, woke 2 is a headache. I am done with it. What do you guys think? Do you guys think there's a chance AOC is being genuine? Are you willing to believe politicians who have said they've changed their mind on things? Have you changed your mind on things since like 2020? If so, what? If you like this video, please subscribe, and if you can, please consider donating.
Okay, no, we don't care about that. All right, hold on. Okay, I need to find this thing, or I'm gonna go fucking insane. Eggs are putting chicken. Jesus, Blackburn, what the fuck, bro? Holy shit, she has a kid. She has a kid. Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I am going to find this. Because I need to know. Okay. Okay, alright. Okay. Please tell me this goes to like a fucking link. Okay. $1976. Nope, it's not. Okay. I will have to find like the specific oh, here we go. Does this actually okay. Wait, I think I can actually use this even though it's like a blah 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 blah. Where is it? Okay, no, this wasn't the fucking link that I was talking about. Okay. I will get you a source on this, Ampar. Okay, because the problem is that right now the sources are like all over the fucking place. But in 1976, something that was added to the libertarian platform, very specifically, was abolish the USPS. Like, this was something that was added to their platform back at that time. Okay? That means that, and they took a very long time to actually try to get to that goal, okay? When they did the Postal Reorganization Act, that was in part meant, well, it wasn't in part, that was very specifically a bill that was created by, this was Susan Collins's baby, intended to kneecap the USPS. After that, the USPS, which by the way had been seeing, like, you know, they are completely self-funded. This is a self-funded agency. They don't take our taxes. We don't pay taxes to get our mail. They fund this themselves. they were making money after that act came in. They started to lose like millions and billions of dollars, and to the point that by the time Trump came along, he started to say, what the fuck is this agency? They're losing us all this money. We need to get rid of it. And that's what ended up happening. Or they did, well, that didn't end up happening, okay? Trump still hasn't been able to kill the USPS. But do you understand how, like, over time, this is an example of a policy, platform, you know, something that is on their platform. They added this to this platform, okay? But you probably wouldn't ever see a politician saying, I'm going to get rid of the USPS. So what I'm specifically talking about is that, yes, the DSA might have on their website abolish prisons, but that could be, to me, that would read something that they're going to work for, right? So if you are going to and don't get me wrong, you can still hold individual politicians to their platform policies. I don't have a problem with that. But if that's what we focus on instead of what their specific, what are they running on, then it's gonna be like, I don't know, I think you need more than just what your platform policy says. That's why I asked for an example of a DSA candidate in the current timeline, or even fine in the past, I don't care, but like right now, since we're talking about DSA candidates, does anybody have an example of a candidate who has straight up just said, I want to abolish the police? Not a like walking back or a non-answer. Has anyone made it part of their platform? That's why, by the way, I'm sorry. That's why I'm not taking the DSA website as like, you know, because again, it's done, like the platform is done with an understanding that it might not happen right away, right? Like they have like other goals, like their international community wants America out of NATO and shit. Like that's not gonna happen. Like, you're not gonna elect someone and then suddenly America's gonna be out of NATO. You know what I mean? Okay, no, you're fine, Ampar. We can talk about this later too. Okay, also, I'm sorry. What have I missed since I was fucking distracted? Yeah, okay, I guess I should have just gone with what Shia Lute said. The website is basically the things they aspire to, not the actual policy they're running. And yeah, that's a summary. Okay, you missed my return? Oh, you have returned. Okay, you wanna get in? Do you wanna chat? Leonard, are you free? Damn it, check DMs. 1976 platform of the Libertarian Party! Oh no! Wait, is this it? Would this actually just say it right away? It's 9 pages. Oh! Oh, thank you, Miser. Okay. Actually, while we're waiting for Leonard, actually, he's already in the stream. Hello, Leonard.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Had my first day of the semester today, and it's hot as fuck outside, and I had to walk up a hill to get to my class, so that was horrible.
Shit. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
My class is like all the way on the other side of a massive hill that my apartment is at the bottom of, so that's really cool. But yeah. Otherwise, good day.
That's good. Good to hear.
Yeah, my semester is going to be nice and easy. 2 classes. For some reason, they had me take Intro to Grad Studies in my second year of my master's. So, you know.
Okay. Well, is it a required thing? Is it a required thing that you just didn't do? You know?
Yeah, they just like didn't give it to me in the first year. I was so confused. I figured I'd do it first semester or maybe second semester, and I'm like 3rd semester of my 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. What is your master's in, by the way?
English literature with a certification in technical and professional writing. Yeah.
Very cool. What was the bone? Okay, you'll have to walk me back and remind me what the bone to pick with that you wanted with me.
Okay. So I was just kind of popping in and out. I didn't see everything, so feel free to correct any context I might be missing or something like that. But you were reacting to the Hong quote about Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the argument that you were making to me seemed like you were basically saying like she shouldn't be saying this because this is a race that is going to be won by casting a wider net, and this is an alienating message to some voters.
I think that the fact that it's not necessarily that I don't agree with her position even, right? It's that if she's walking back these other things that she said about her other positions, then it doesn't make sense to me that she wouldn't also walk back the Thanksgiving one, because it is something that people are going to sort of capitalize on.
Well, I mean, the quote that was put up there was like a pretty politician-y kind of walk back, right? She opens it with an anecdote about a time she was a chef, and then mentions at the end that like it's still a holiday that's problematic. That seems like a pretty middle ground answer for you to say, yes, I celebrate it. I cooked Thanksgiving as one of my first meals as a chef. I like this holiday, but also it has problems. That's the vibe I got from the quote that we were looking at.
I think I'm actually curious. Did you see the rest of her that interview by chance?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, that's fine. I think so the way that she answered in absent of any context, I think that wouldn't have been such a bad thing to say. It if rather roundabout. The way that I interpreted the rest of that interview, that seemed like a more it was more dodgy, or more like she didn't actually say, hey, I actually don't want to abolish Thanksgiving, you know? That's, I think, why I have more of a problem with that specific. And then again, like I said, and you might have not been here for this, but I was then validated by the fact that even though prior to that, people were picking on her other positions, right? But then after that, it just became about the Thanksgiving thing, because I think that's what people kind of focused on, and it became also the most buzzwordy thing to say, you know?
I mean, if anything, that's a good reason for her to double down and own it, right? You don't escape negative press by going, I didn't mean it.
No. I know that. But if she actually doesn't want to abolish Thanksgiving, then why wouldn't you say that?
Well, what did she say initially? Did she say she wants to abolish Thanksgiving? Or did she say Thanksgiving is a settler colonialist holiday?
I think she did. Hold on. Let me pull up the quote. But I think she did say something like that.
Because if you ran on a campaign of, when you get me into office, I am taking Thanksgiving off your calendars, that's very different. Right then.
No, I agree.
Criticizing Thanksgiving.
To be clear, I agree. I think but that's also why I'm a little frustrated, because especially if it's not something you're running on, this is just like a dumb fuck quote that you said back in the day, and you probably know more now that it's not as popular, or again, like I said, her other things that she was questioned on, she knew how to address that in the present day when she was talking to Caitlin Collins. But the Thanksgiving one was what she stumbled on. Does that make sense? Also,
I didn't perceive. I'm not understanding what the stumble is. I'm not perceiving it.
Hold on. Let me get you the quote. Let me get the quote. Also, see you later, Gust. As a professional chef, holidays definitely suck. As a service worker, holidays suck. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I think 100%. I did agree that, or I did say that Shoe, the thing that Shoe did, which is what any media is going to do, or a hostile media is going to do to you, which is to extend that, or make it more of a problem that it already is. That's I don't think even Shoe really believes that she hates all holidays. Although even like hating holidays is completely valid, right? I talked about the fireworks thing. Okay, hold on. So
there are plenty of people who hate Christmas. Like it's a religious holiday. Like all of these holidays have history behind them. Like it's okay to criticize them. But now if she did run on like, no, I'm abolishing Thanksgiving if you elect me, like it's not going to be recognized as a holiday by the government anymore or something like that. That's different. But,
right. I'm sorry. I don't know why this like fucking it's not why am I not actually finding the thing? It's a Facebook, right? It's like a Facebook thing. I don't fucking remember, dude. Let me pull it. Like if somebody has like the link to the specific thing that she said, then please, I would like it. But also I did want to point out something that something else that Shu brought up, that like when I got to it in the video, I was like, oh, I need to bring this up with Leonard because I think that okay, so hold on, I'm not playing this.
So my last video was about...
Shut up, Shu. Nobody cares. Okay, here we go. She says cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. If it takes a worldwide pandemic for us to realize we should stop celebrating colonialism and the original super spreader event that killed indigenous folks and women, so be it.
Yeah. This is like a virtue signal-y take, not a policy take. Yeah.
No, yeah,
this is fine
exactly.
and totally defensible.
I agree. Yeah. No, I agree with that, and I think that it's stupid that people are focusing on it. But that's also why I feel like this should be something that you can be savvy enough to let me put this one to you, okay, right? Imagine that you were running, right?
Yeah.
And somebody tried to bring up the fact the fact that you said hold on, give me a second. I'm loading up a thing. Hold on. Okay?
Fuck you, lib.
All right, imagine that was brought up, that you said fuck you, lib. And they questioned you about that specific soundbite. What would you say? How would you? Okay, again, imagine that you are running for elections, and they're asking you, Leonard, what do you think? How do you think liberal voters are gonna feel? That like, do you think that they would be comfortable supporting a candidate who said something like this?
Fuck you, lib. Yeah, and I what I would do is own the statement and double down on it. Yeah.
Okay.
I would say I meant that when I said it, and I would defend it. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what more politicians need to do. And this is why I'm saying I don't accept your argument earlier.
No,
because you are laying out the same kind of like appeasement of the voting population strategy that establishment Democrats have been trying to do, where you cast the widest fucking net possible and you speak in a very meaningless kind of way, where your words don't really mean a lot and you don't really make bold statements or have beliefs. Like, let me throw another one at you. Why do you think that populism is succeeding in America right now?
I think it's because, yes, there are failures of like the establishment Dems to like adequate, like, while the establishment Dems have done like pretty decent policy, they haven't been able to like, or at least in my opinion, they haven't been able to foresee some of the things that were coming down the pipeline and respond accordingly. And because of the and they do have a reluctance to allow some of those more progressive things to carry the party because they want to appeal to more moderates. So now that we are in a place where we clearly see like a really hostile party, like literally attacking everything, breaking down every single guardrail that the moderate Dems said would hold, and you know, now it's now is when people are actually ready to listen to the to that more, give something that is more radical a chance. Especially when they start saying that this is their priority, that we need to abolish ICE, we need to abolish. Like, if they speak to those things, then yes, they're going to be people who are sufficiently hurt enough to want to listen to that.
So I think that's like half the equation.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's part of it. But something that right and left-wing populism both have in common, because you're describing like why left populism is successful, right?
Oh, okay. You were asking,
which is basically what I was asking. But there is something that I want to get at here, which is that left populism also has another strain underneath it that is additive to that, and that's that people are frustrated with the lack of genuineness in politicians. And this is something that you can see in a lot of elections across the U.S. electorate generally throughout history. This is one of the big reasons Bush won, right? The Bush Jr. People said, well, he's a guy that I feel like I can sit down and have a beer with, right? Okay. It wasn't based on policy. It was based on the fact that they felt like he was a genuine human being who spoke his mind and didn't have 900 people writing everything that he said. And manicuring his message to be perfectly tailored to appease to this audience right now so that they'll vote for them. And then the status quo doesn't meaningfully change for another 2 to 4 years. And then we go through the same process and more promises are made and nothing happens. The longer that process repeats, the less trust that the establishment has to begin with. And part of it is the messaging strategy, the rhetorical framework that people are encouraging moderates to use, where it's like, if you are going to criticize Thanksgiving for being colonial, maybe don't say the quiet part out loud, you know, like, and that's not what people want.
No. To be clear, I'm not asking her to hide her power level in that sense, though. I think that she can still, I'm not asking her, okay, hold on. I'm not asking, wait, because I do think that this is like, okay. So, first of all, I think that there is, would you agree, I guess, before we move on, which maybe is an issue in and of itself, but would you agree that you can't do a like a super progressive platform? You can't do that in every race. You do agree with that, right?
No.
You don't agree?
No, I don't.
Like, you don't agree that it would be more beneficial in some areas and beneficial in others?
I'd rather that we have a Republican win than Chuck Schumer. 100%.
Really? Wait, why?
Listen. If it means that we are running a good candidate on that is aligned with positions I think are good policies, then we should run the candidate with the good policies.
Okay. So you're going by the policies, not the label. Okay.
If that means, yes, I'm going by who we should run, right? Because if you're saying like, well, the Republican's going to win in West Virginia, it's like, yeah, no shit. So why am I going to bang my head against the wall trying to get the most moderate Democrat in there possible that is basically just a Republican? Like, I'm not going to wring my hands over whether or not populism is working.
Wait. So you are applying that logic. You're just saying that. Okay, hold on. You said it in the most inflammatory way.
Of course, that's what I do.
Hold on. Okay, so you are going by you're going by policies, but my question. Okay, so my question is more so, if you have a progressive candidate. And, hold on.
I mean, you're asking about, like, those more purple districts, basically, is what you're asking me about, right? Should we run more radical candidates in more moderate areas? And I think the answer is yes. Of course. How else are you going to ever start the conversation if you don't start running them? Are we just going to wait for West Virginia to turn blue? Like, when does that happen?
No, I'm not. I don't think that's necessarily my question. I'm just saying that, like, do you think that, or in a case where it's a like a safe blue district, for example, right?
Sure.
Would you say that you would feel more comfortable going for a progressive candidate in a safe blue district?
When you say more comfortable, what do you mean? Do you mean like
What
would
I mean
I feel
is-
more comfortable voting for them, or would I feel more comfortable that they're likely going to win the race? Or like, what do you mean?
Yeah, that's my sorry. That is like you're throwing your entire weight behind them because you know that like even you know, if your moderate candidate doesn't win the primary, you can still be reasonably sure that the progressive will take the general because it's a safe blue district, because people are already more progressive here.
I mean, I guess.
I'm
I don't
saying
think that's
as
like a
opposed
thing
to
we should use to shape like strategy, but sure, I would feel more comfortable. Yeah, about the likelihood of winning.
I think it should. I mean, I think I think the strategy then just like naturally emerges, right? Because okay, if you have it, hold on. If you have a swing state, right, and you know that the progressive candidate, for example, just as an example, right? Because we're not blindly saying the progressive candidate is better. Like, if their policy is actually like responsive to the thing, to you know, to the situation, then that's when I would support them, which usually it is. But my question is, if, for example, you had a moderate Democrat and a progressive candidate in a swing state, and it was like, eek, the progressive person has stuff, I want
to run the progressive candidate.
I do. I'm not saying you shouldn't run it. I'm saying, would you understand why there would be more people who back who back the moderate because they think that they're more easy, like they can take on the Republican in the general?
I understand it in the way that I understand why dogs eat their own shit.
Yeah, but that's all I'm asking you to do, though.
No, but that's not.
Well,
that's
no,
kind of my point. Is that like you're doing
that's
the heuristic service for the strategy of advocacy that those moderates are embracing, which is that like it is important to consider and be afraid of whether or not we're going to win this district on a radical policy when like the platform of Stop the Bleeding has done the opposite.
But
it's not working.
I'm just saying, what I'm trying to say though is that like these things are something that shouldn't tank somebody like Hong. I agree that it shouldn't tank somebody like Hong. All I'm asking for is like, because again, if she can hold her position on Thanksgiving just fine, I don't have a problem with her holding a position on that even if that had not changed whatsoever, I'm fine with that. But I'm just saying that she needs to be she needs to deflect it. Like, okay, just like how you said, what you said was you would double down and hold that position. That would be a gamble that you do, right? Like you are basically.
No, it's not. I'm not. No, that's the difference. That's the difference. I'm not thinking about it in terms of probability. That is what calculators do, not what people do.
Would you do it?
I'm not thinking. I'm not gambling. I'm telling people what I think.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, but what I'm trying to say is that so the position is fuck you, lib. Okay, you are running in a district that is 99% lib.
Sure. I don't know why I would.
Yeah, sure, I know. Well, okay, no, but that's okay. No, hold on. Actually, that is part of my question.
If I'm the politician and I'm running, like, no, of course not.
No, okay, right. Actually, here, no, that's what it is. Okay, sorry. That, by the way, that was what my earlier question was asking. Is like, would I run a fuck you lib in a 99% lib district, right? Like. Essentially,
I mean, like, it wouldn't be my first choice because I like winning and I have a big ego.
Okay,
but like,
right. Okay, that's sorry. That's
but that's not a good consideration for political analysis, right?
No, I understand that, but it's also something that like you would but that you would consider to be not a stupid decision, but like this isn't a problem easily avoided by just not running a fuck you lib in a 99% lib district.
Well, I guess, but like if that's the district I live in and I want to run for office, I'm still going to do it.
Right,
it's just
but
like,
then you would.
Would that be my
change.
optimal choice now?
No. Okay, right. But let's say you were committed to running. Let's say that was the scenario. You were committed to running in that district. You are a fuck you lib person. You know you're gonna get asked about that position.
Oh, and I'm gonna own it too.
you would own it even though it would lose you support?
Yeah, of course. That's the problem with modern politicians, is that they are so calculated that they will lie in order to gain support.
But
that's why the public is alienated. That's why populism is succeeding. That's why people don't trust institutions, and that's why people don't trust establishment Democrats right
But
now.
I'm not. But okay, that in that case, you would be lying if you said anything but "fuck you, lib." I don't.
Correct,
think,
and I would say "fuck you, lib" and explain it to them. I would do that.
And that, like, I'm not gonna necessarily speak to like this, like whether that would work or not. I'm just saying that, like,
it
I'm
wouldn't
not
work,
asking.
but this is why I'm not a politician, right? Because politicians have to be
Leonard,
fucking soulless
You're
liars,
supposed to answer
right?
this like you're supposed to. You're supposed to answer this like you're a politician. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, but understand. No, hold on. That's an important statement. Understand that what you're asking me to do is to enter a completely different ontology.
Sure, I do agree. No, that's fine.
You're like, no, I'm asking you to think like a politician. And I'm like, yeah, but my point is that the problem with politicians is that they lie too much and nobody trusts them. And you're like, yeah, but what if you had to lie to win?
Yeah, but
and
that's...
I'm like, well, maybe, but then that's the problem right there, right?
No, okay, Leonard. But here's my thing though. I'm not asking Francesca Hong to lie.
She
already okay, hold on. She already knows that she cannot Giga Stacy that position. If she did, then she would have done it.
No, she could have.
Okay, hold
didn't.
on. No, right. I know that's what I'm. No, hold on. That's what I'm saying
Yes.
though. Is that she didn't do it. She didn't feel like she could do it. That's why she didn't do it.
Why do you think that's true? Why do you think she didn't do it?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let's speculate.
I would say, and again, this is like,
Because the answer to that question is like central to the conversation. You know?
She probably knew that it would lose her support, that it would be a thing that people picked up on. Oh, she hates Thanksgiving. Right, okay.
Yeah, she has a team behind her. She did the calculations. She'd probably lose votes. Yeah.
But here's what I'm trying to explain to you. She walked back those other positions that she had that she was questioned on. So if you walk those back, or you deflect them in a way that is still it's not like she said I don't believe in those things anymore. She just made it because, okay, the thing that I would say is that, like, because sometimes it is as simple as like really, is that what you're focusing on right now? Like, no, of course I don't believe Jews are demonic. Like, but we do have to talk about blah 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 blah. Like, that's like that, that kind of an answer. While you might consider that more politician-y, like, it's what needs to be done in order for it not to be like you seen as not having an answer. That's my point.
I don't get it.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Okay. Hold on. How do I explain this? Okay, actually, hold on. Can I wait? Let me actually show you the thing that I was going to that I saw during the thing. Okay, I'm actually just going to send a screen. I'm just going to send
sidebar.
Quick sidebar. Okay. So Shu brought this up during the video, and I think that, like, she was using it for some other dumb shit position. Okay, I don't remember exactly what right now, but I'm just going to put it in the side chat. Hold on. So, the thing that somebody has said, apparently, this person, no one should be arrested, much less jailed, for stealing a tube of toothpaste. Incarceration separates people from their jobs, support services, and loved ones. It perpetuates cycles of poverty and crime. That's a fact, no matter how much fear-mongering the right-wing media does. Now, I think I agree with, like, absolutely, I agree with, like, the sentiment of this, absolutely, right? But do you see how, or can you see how, like, something might be missing from this, where you're not, this person is probably not advocating for there to not be police?
Yeah, they're not saying there shouldn't be any police.
Right.
They're saying we shouldn't be arresting people for stealing a tube of toothpaste.
Well, also there's probably hold on. There's also probably an underlying thing of, hey, I would like to fix these underlying issues that are causing people to steal
It does also gesture towards the underlying issues with prisons and the justice system.
Right,
but it's not this is not a prison abolition statement for sure.
No, right. Well, yes, but that's my point.
It's a statement an abolitionist would make, but it's not a statement in favor of abolition by itself.
Right.
Yes.
But then people because there is that especially this first thing, right? No one should be arrested, much less jailed for stealing a tube of toothpaste. That you do allow people to come in and say this person is advocating that we don't arrest petty crime.
Correct. Well, they are. To be clear, they are.
They are what?
They are advocating that we shouldn't arrest people for petty crimes. That is what is being advocated here. So they are doing that. We should, that's what they're doing.
Hold on. Sure. But would they say that
not just sure.
Hold on. Because again, I'm going in this without any like further context, right?
Okay.
But they're like, because I would say that this person is probably not saying that the solution to this, the only solution to this is just to stop arresting them. They also want those. They also want those other things, such as more support for communities and like food stamps, whatever the fuck else, so that people are not in that position. Like less people are in that position.
Oh yeah, there's I'm sure that. Yeah, because this is an issue that locks into like poverty and poverty cycles, which are invoked in the second part. And so like there's lots of policies they probably support as part of a portfolio to deal with this big problem. Yeah.
Sure, right. And that's fine. And I agree with all that. And I agree, and I also think that there's something to, like, because the way I read this was that, hey, we shouldn't be sending people to jail for 10 years for stealing a tube of toothpaste, right? Like it's the length of prison sentence.
Or even a day.
I mean, I don't think I would agree with that, but that's also not because that's only because hold on a second. That's only because yeah, okay. But here's my problem is that it's not what they would say. They're not. I definitely don't think that it is the only thing that they're advocating for. That's my point.
But
like, okay,
advocating this post or in general?
Okay, like they would not go on to this. They would not, if this person were running for office, for example, this person would not say, hey, I just want, in order to solve this issue, I want to stop arresting people for under, like, you know, $50 of items. I want to stop arresting those people, like, and there's nothing else that they platform on. It's just that. They wouldn't do that, is my point. They would have these other things.
So yeah, if this is like a politician, I'm sure they have a platform that tries to address poverty in more ways than just doing this policy. Yeah, but they also do support this policy. Like, they are saying no jail.
Okay, I understand that. But my point is that we need more context in order to figure out whether this person is like we think, and I think we have better reason to believe that it is it's part of a whole, right? But it doesn't specify that this is part of a whole.
Sure.
That's kind of my point. That's how
rhetoric usually works. People don't speak in systems. She's invoking one thing at a time.
Okay, that's fine. Right.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what I'm trying to say, is that if you just took this, you would think that this is like incomplete. If somebody was asking her, what is your platform on this? I'm not saying this is a failure on her part, by the way. I'm just saying that like this is a good example of what I'm kind of trying to gesture at.
As an example of what people should do or shouldn't do.
As an example of like, don't let this just be. Yeah, I think it is a shouldn't. Like, I think that it should be more. Again, you know, I'm giving this person like flack that they don't deserve, and I know that. I'm just saying that if we were to take that question of, you know, is this an adequate answer? I would say no. It should probably be elaborated on more a little bit. You're
giving Werner Herzog's search for adequate images vibe right now. Okay.
What does that mean?
Like, you're searching for perfect messaging. You're like, we need that. This era lacks adequate messaging, and so you're like, well, what we need is for this to be a fully inclusive statement that makes everything, that every position that she has that's relevant to the issue being invoked clear. And it's like, well, that's what like a website is for, or like this is a tweet, right?
No, Again, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Again, like I said, I understand that this is not like no. Hold on. I already understand. I'm not saying that this person should have said something different. I'm saying that if we were to look at this, we would not get that she has a broader platform from just this. In a sense, I am asking for perfect messaging when you are asked a specific question. If, for example...
but she wasn't here, right?
No, she wasn't here. I don't know the context of this, by the way.
You are holding her to that standard here, though.
No, I'm using this as an example to say... To
set the standard.
Yeah, to set a standard, okay? Because again, like I said, to go back to the Thanksgiving tweet, and shut the fuck up, Sen. I'll go back in my own goddamn time. Like, you sit there and wait. Go play some Subway Surfers if you can't, like, focus hard enough, okay? When you are asked about you are on Caitlin Collins, a friendly, more or less friendly. This wasn't like hostile interview. You are on Caitlin Collins. She is asking you about your previous positions. That's like, and she, in my opinion, was handling them fine. She was walking back things that she felt needed to be walked back. Except for the Thanksgiving one, where she did talk about things that were agreeable to me, but that I realized immediately, especially when you put it in context of her other answers, this is not going to be adequate to the accusation of you want to abolish Thanksgiving. Either double down and say that this is an aspirational position.
Wait, hold on, but like, bracket for that for a second. Which audience are we talking about that's being convinced by she wants to abolish Thanksgiving? We're talking about moderate Democrats, right? We're talking about a primary right now.
Yeah, we're talking about the WIC class. Okay, I'm not saying don't. I understand that. Like, yeah, I understand
we need
that.
to stop thinking about analyzing and appealing to the WIC class.
Right, but I'm not talking.
End of that thought. Like,
okay, I'm not talking about... Okay, hold on a second, though. You're
making space for and accounting for in your analysis that group of people.
Yes, but that's because I see it... No, hold on. Because I see it as this should be a knock out of the park. This should be something...
But WIC is stupid.
I'm not talking about convincing WIC, though. You're talking about
what kind of message would convince those people that she's not trying to abolish Thanksgiving.
Let me finish. I'm talking about convincing people like Pisco, who would then be like, you're fucking stupid, WIC.
Well, Pisco's already convinced. We don't need to convince Pisco.
No, I know. Hold on. I know.
Pisco can read. So
but
like,
I'm not the only person who was generally supportive of Hong who thought that she had, like, bad answers.
Okay, but like...
That's my point.
Who else?
What do you mean, who else?
Who are the other people who think that Hong's answers about this Thanksgiving shit were bad? You're the first person I've heard discoursing about this.
Okay, Leonard, you have not been watching like Twitch wall. That's fine.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fake.
WIC,
yeah.
No, WIC. I'm sorry. WIC actually. WIC think like no. Hold on. WIC. No, WIC was like. No, I'm sorry. WIC was so soyed out about this that he, like, pulled up the fucking, he was like, oh my god, I'm so nervous, guys. I'm gonna stream in the evening. Okay, also, hold on.
You understand that people like WIC are the reason that outrage even exists to begin with, right?
Okay, again, like I was saying.
He's the megaphone that makes anyone care about that.
Okay, I understand.
Nobody. Okay. The reason I haven't heard about this is because nobody's writing big news articles about this. This isn't a headline.
This was headlines, Leonard. These were headlines.
For in what? The New York Times?
Like any
Wall Street Journal? Like
yeah, all of these. Every single news article that I saw would focus on that. Yes. Because it was easy pickings. It was easy pickings.
And so how did we get from a criticism of Thanksgiving to everyone thinks she's going to take it off the calendar.
That's right. Good point.
Yeah,
that's my point. No, yeah, my brain. No. I'm just saying. I'm saying that it would not. Hold on. No, this is silly. She can absolutely say, I can't get rid of Thanksgiving even if I fucking wanted to. She could absolutely say that. And then there would still be people who would be suckered. Their brains would still be broken. Let's not.
Yeah, I'm not going to account for them in my analysis.
I don't want you to. Hold on. No, wait. Let me finish. I'm not asking you to account for those people. I'm asking you to account for the people who would see that and be like, yeah, no, that was a good answer. Stop talking about this. This is stupid. She can't abolish Thanksgiving. She just said it herself. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for a walk back. I'm asking for a. What?
The conversation is happening right now. The conversation is already had. The fact that we can have this conversation is the fact that there are a class of people that have reflection, that are aware of how government works. So that conversation gets had already because people are saying stupid shit and flapping their lip.
How do you get to that point if you don't have people who can just go literally say, yeah, no, that's not how that works. Stop being fooled by this stuff. Like, we can. Okay, I'm sorry. We can.
People do say that, and then those people like Wick don't listen to them and say, no, I know better.
Yeah, but we already know Wick is a fucking Republican dog. We already. Why would I consider? I'm not considering Wick's opinion in this.
That is the point.
Also, hold on.
The fact is that there is a class of people who care about the spectacle. They don't care about reality. If you present reality to them, they will defer back to the spectacle because it is the thing that makes them feel like they actually are doing politics because they have a misconception of politics.
Okay, I'm not saying
why even interact with them.
Because if you take that position, then she should have not walked back anything that she went, but she did. Why did she do that?
Well, that's my position because she's because she's running for a race, and she's even partially subject to that calculus that we were talking about earlier. And you're holding apart, and this is a really important analytic thing to recognize, is that you're holding apart that functional reality of we all recognize that she is a politician who is going to do the thing I'm criticizing, and then my standard, which is I would double down and own it.
Okay,
and you're trying to substitute.
No, I'm not substituting. I'm saying she needs to be consistent. If she's going to Giga Chad her way through it, then she should Giga Chad her way through it. It shouldn't be.
Well, pull up her most recent statement about Thanksgiving. Let's compare it to the original, because I think I'm not going to say she didn't soften it. She didn't walk it back.
While you pull that up,
Thanksgiving is colonialist. She still said that. She owned the original message.
While you pull it up, I want to recognize also the only reason that people are brain broken at all about the idea that Thanksgiving could be taken off a calendar is because the opposite side has legitimized the idea that power can be used in ways that are enfranchised as not possible, that are literally illegal to do.
Yeah, sure.
And they're getting away with it. So Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, somebody's decided to break into a car. Just kidding. Let me pull this fucking window up. Jesus Christ. I'm getting distracted. I'm muting, and then I'll make my point in a moment.
Okay, all right. Go ahead. Sorry. I'm gonna bring up the thing. By the way, I'm just doing something real quick so that Tuna doesn't get entirely. Okay, there we go. All right. Now you two are on screen. Okay. All right. Okay, hold on, real quick. You said you wanted me to bring up the
whatever the walkback statement is that you're talking about, because we saw the original.
It wasn't a walk-back statement. I'm saying specifically that she gave a inadequate answer. She walked back other things.
Well, let's go over it together, because I'm curious, what you thought was inadequate, but it looked like a fine statement to me.
I also want to be clear, to finish my statement now that that dreaded alarm went away. The point is, if you just tacitly accept the idea that things that can't be done need to be said that they won't attempt to be done, because the opposite side is breaking the rules on that, then what you're doing is you're essentially normalizing the behavior on the opposite. And you're basically stating this idea that the Democrats and the Republicans have the same relationship to the law. And that's going to legitimize this idea that actually it's one big war where everybody breaks the rules and you have to get away with breaking the rules. It's not actually that we have a common. That's the opposite of the direction that they're trying to go.
Okay, so Tuna, while I don't disagree with the general. I don't think that is like. I don't think the risk of legitimizing the way that people are, or Republicans are, sort of using positions kind of beyond the power that they're supposed to have. Like, I don't think that the risk of that is like super high, so that we don't talk about it ever. I'm saying that and because in fact, I'm not
it's
saying.
Hold on, I'm not higher than what's being lost.
I'm not telling her that the way that she needs to be getting out of this is to Giga Stacy it. I'm saying that that is just one way to do it. That might have its own risks, but that is one way to do it. Just like how Leonard said that he would double down on the fuck you lib position, that would be his strategy. He would double down on it. That's what I'm trying to say, is that I saw it as an incongruence. I saw it as incongruence with the way that she handled the other answers. So can I also pull up? I'm pulling up the thing here. Okay.
Pull it up.
Okay. Actually, I don't think it needs to be on screen. I'm just gonna read it. It said, "I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve. And the position that I'm running for right now, and I think my background as a chef will actually help me become a better governor that's able to bring more people to the table." What I'm saying that's missing there, because again, I understand that what she's saying is that she wants to acknowledge that it is a painful holiday. I don't have a problem with that part of it. I think that it could have been said. I don't want to actually abolish Thanksgiving. I just want us to recognize that it can be painful. Because she said the thing that she said, it did
not
come
like
off.
this. The reason why PPL thought she was serious is that answering that question with, well, I can't do that, sounds like sidestepping the question. It makes it sound like she would if she could. It was a poor way of answering it, regardless if she was trying to Giga Stacy or say she was for Thanksgiving.
Like the way that she answers just in general is roundabout to begin with. Like,
I agree. I don't like that about any politician.
And I don't know if you were there when she answered the question about Mike from PA, right? Like, no, it's fine. You don't have to.
Who the fuck is asking politicians about Mike from PA? What is going on, bro?
I mean, you know what this is. It's the same. It's the same thing as like if we pulled Hillary Clinton onto the podcast and asked her to sit on a Sibian. It's just this like degradation of the role to a point where you need to answer questions about how some random fucking slop lord idiot failed Republican politician is now saying, God forbid, so surprising, edgy anti-Semitic things online. What did you think?
Okay.
And all she has to say, which I agree,
that
her association there is like something that can be criticized. I think that the parts that she said in that weren't about like, oh, I still associate with him because I think I get valuable information. He's apologized for those. Instead of defending him, she should have just been like, I'd like to be taken seriously as a politician. So if you have an issue with the things that he said, you can take it up with him. I don't believe what he believes.
Oh my God.
Done.
But okay, but Tuna, that is what I'm asking for. That is what I'm asking for.
You're kind of asking for that.
No.
You're kind of asking for that.
I'm asking for that.
I want to get further. The reason I think she should answer that way is she should embarrass the interviewer for asking the question.
That's fine too.
The interviewer is a loser.
That's fine
fail
too.
son you wanted to work for the New York Times. You got to give that. You have to give them the Sam Hyde treatment. That's what you have to do, frankly, is just make fun of the fact that they're asking dumbass questions. Except in this case, where Sam Hyde is an entertainer and a person who is like not a politician, he's doing something that is fundamentally different. When you're a politician, it's like, no, this is actually a stupid thing, and you're a stupid person for asking it.
Okay, but Tuna, that is what I am saying she needs to do, is because again, if that is your position, if you are standing by that position, you are standing 10 toes down, you need to make people understand that you are, you can, because you can, I will absolutely take exposing the grift for what it is, right? Like saying, hey, I actually don't accept that this is something that is going to be pinned on me. I'm going to respond to it in a way that makes you look like a fucking idiot because you're bringing this Thanksgiving issue when we all know I can't abolish Thanksgiving. What I was saying there was, I'm trying to recognize that while this holiday means a lot for many people, it also means pain for these communities. Like, that's what I'm trying to say that she needed to have
the 12
done.
tribal nations that live in Wisconsin, you know? Like, she probably has a reason to say that.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with that. No, I don't have an issue with that. I don't have an issue with that. Also, welcome Raiders. Okay, I don't have okay, also sorry. I do want to press my point real quick because the thing that you just said about Mike from PA, the thing that you just said for Mike from about Mike from PA, okay? I'm gonna share my screen. We're just gonna watch what she actually said, okay? Because I think that it is like, this is what I mean when I say that. What?
You can show it though, of course. I remember it. I was here when you showed it the first time.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I know. All right. Okay.
For context.
There be limits.
Yeah, I'm in.
Where Democrats
Okay, tell me if you can
are
hear
not
this.
willing to go when it comes to media appearances.
I cannot.
Or can Democrats?
Did you say that you're sharing your screen? I don't see you sharing your screen.
Yeah, the screen share's up, but I'm not hearing anything. I have volume all the way up.
My bad.
Share stream audio.
Weird. Normally, you shouldn't need to click anything else in Discord for that. I'm pretty sure that when you share screen, it shares audio. Are you sharing your app instead of the screen?
Oh, you know what? Here, let me try doing that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Share screen, entire screen. All right.
Yeah.
Tell me if you can
to
hear
say
it.
no to any platform.
Okay. All right. All right. So, what did she say?
You're good.
As a democratic socialist who's trying to build a coalition and speak to anyone, anywhere, should there be limits on where Democrats are and are not willing to go when it comes to media appearances? Or can Democrats not afford to say no to any platform?
It's okay. I did skip the kind of the context. I skipped his whole question. Do you want to hear his whole question or no?
No, I think I get the gist. He's basically asking, like, are there limits to whose platform you'll go on? Are you going to go on Fox? Will you go on Nick Fuentes? Will you go, you know?
Well,
like,
no, he specifically asked in the context of that that she campaigned with Mike from PA, and then said that Mike from PA said that Jews are a demonic race. Now he's walked back. He's regretted those statements. But do you think that there's limits? That's when he said that thing. Okay. So he specifically invoked Mike from PA and the demonic Jews thing. Okay. All right.
Okay.
I think making the assessment in who you are getting your message to, as opposed to how you may be uplifting another platform, the host, the streamer. These are two different assessments. And if every elected official were to be responsible for endorsing or having to answer to what every other host or streamer of a platform that you are going on has said, I think it would get more and more difficult for folks to even hear other ideas, different visions, contradicting opinions. And so how people decide where and who to share their message to, I think that assessment also depends on the individual. there are going to be places where I feel as though I would not be safe. And what are the precautions or the different guardrails that I'm putting up for myself and my staff, my community by going on a stream? I think for both Mike for PA and with Hassan, they have many, many viewers and listeners who are engaged in political issues. And it's important that, one, we get our message out on what we are trying to build here in Wisconsin, which is permanent affiliability and working class people power, but also looking at, are we platforming someone on our platform by going on and sharing this message? And so I think it's an assessment of both the individual who it's an assessment of how I feel and where I feel safe. It's an assessment of who the message is getting to and whether or not the platform is growing or not.
Appreciate that. People might wonder, would you have gone on that show, the Mike from PA show, had you known about his comments about Jewish people? Like, would you go again?
I was not aware of the comments, and I do know that Mike has apologized for those comments. We need additional context, and I think that depending on where we are in the campaign, purely logistics-wise, but I'm always open to a conversation with Mike because he brings in perspectives and insights, and I know that he has regrets about those comments as well.
Okay.
Okay, so that was the relevant part of it. Okay.
Okay.
Mike, and to be clear, I completely understood everything that she was putting down in the first question. It was entirely unresponsive to the thing that was implied in his question, which is specifically her asking her to address the Mike from PA. She started talking about platforming, and she started talking about like who she is appealing to, which I don't necessarily have a problem with. But she needed to be more sharp. That was a complete, like, roundabout way of answering the question. If we want to consider the thing that we just said about tuna. No,
I disagree.
Tuna,
I think the first answer was good.
You just literally said the answer that would have been much more preferable to... I'm sorry, buddy.
But this isn't a bad answer.
No, I think
this is a good answer, and it could have been better. Right, but substantiate that. What is bad about it? Point to it.
I'm not an Asian woman. I can speak more crassly and aggressively and be taken seriously.
Tuna, I'm gonna hold on. No, wait, stop. No, wait. I'm gonna kick you from the call if you can't talk about the actual thing, Tuna. I will substantiate why I think that answer was insufficient. It was because while I agree with the overall point of appealing to more people, right? What he was asking her to address was the fact that that she would lose support from Jewish voters if she just straight up didn't address the whole Jewish demonic thing. She answered. Hold on.
Now you have to play his entire question because I don't think you're right. That's not what he was asking.
Okay, here
we have to determine this factually before we continue.
Okay, hold on.
You've received your campaign has received quite a bit of heat after you joined. Obviously, you've been campaigning, as you say, for Palestinian liberation and against genocide. You've been taking a lot of hits for it. From the other direction, you've received your campaign has received quite a bit of heat after you joined streamers on their shows. Hassan Piker, we've talked about on this show before, who was regularly attacked by mainstream media for Democrats going on his show. But you also went on the show of a streamer called Mike from PA, who was caught on tape referring to Jewish ethnicity as invented and demonic. He has since apologized for those remarks, but obviously an outrageous statement. Your campaign responded by condemning anti-Semitism, but also by saying, quote, Fran is willing to go anywhere. If we refuse to show up, those voters will hear only from the right. I'm just wondering, though, as a democratic socialist who's trying to build a coalition and speak to anyone, anywhere.
Okay, yeah, and we heard the rest.
Yeah, so...
Okay.
So he did ask her... Okay, so he did ask...
She answered the question.
No, she didn't. He asked her specifically using the example of Mike from PA and even Hassan. Look, I'll admit to a bit of like meta knowing because I know that Mehdi Hassan does not have a problem with Hassan. Like, he doesn't care about like the Hassan allegations as much, but he does care about the Mike from PA, and that is evident from the way that he structured that question, right?
Yeah, but she directly addresses that in her answer.
No, she doesn't.
She literally says his name and talks about his anti-Semitism and the comments that he made.
No, that was the second. That was a no.
Yes.
That was no. Hold on, Leonard. That was the No, that was in her second answer. I'm talking about her first.
It's the end of the first answer.
No. Beans is saying
it's not.
That she feels like Mehdi Hassan had to pull that out of her by asking a follow-up question.
Yes, that is correct. That, like, again, we can watch it again if you'd like. He had to prompt her to specifically talk about the thing that he was going for, which is specifically in the context of people who are, she's advocating for Palestinian causes, but then there are also, like, there's this other side that is concerned about this specific element that she campaigned with. Do you think that there can be something that is, like, too far to campaign with? And she answered part of that question, which is that she doesn't want to just simply limit it to like the right or whatever. She wants to expand. That part was fine. She did not respond. She did not respond. She did not respond adequately. Is my point. That was it.
I'm gonna put the fault on the interviewer here. Absolutely not. Well, what you just said is the problem, which is that he gave all this preamble and then he asked one question, which was, are there any places that you won't go? And she answered that question pretty in depth, and then he asked a follow-up because he wanted her to say more shit on her own without being directly questioned.
Again,
yeah,
I don't
of course,
think,
this is an interviewing tactic. You try to get people to talk by using open-ended questions, and he wasn't satisfied that she hadn't talked about what he wanted, but the question he asked wasn't about that.
I don't think, okay, again, I don't think that, again, we have to consider, literally, Tuna had the answer before this. He had the answer, he had it succinct, he had it in 3 sentences.
That's not relevant at all.
That is relevant.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You're trying to judge this in a vacuum. You need to create a standard. It's not about comparison to Tuna. Nobody else knows who Tuna is. Okay, you're not comparing. Nobody else is comparing her statements to Tuna.
What I'm trying to say is that Tuna had her answer better than she did.
Disagree. And this is the thing I want to make a point. I want to make a point about what she said that I think is actually a very cogent response to what he said, which is she is making a point about how there is a chilling effect on the ability to spread your message if you only preach to the congregation.
I agree with that. I don't have a problem with that.
More insight.
But you're arguing against it.
No, I'm not arguing against it. I'm saying he can still make that point, but way less roundabout and responsive to the underlying thing that he talked about, because he wouldn't lead. Okay, I'm sorry, this is not we're not talking about like 3rd grade levels of comprehension here. I think that if somebody mentions a thing and then asks a question that is related to that but not specifically about that thing, then you can understand that first thing that they mentioned is weighing on their mind when they ask the question. So
yeah,
I
maybe,
think
but I'm not going to answer a completely separate question that wasn't asked when giving my.
Question.
It is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
he said,
yes, it is.
He said, "Would you?"
This is a difference in.
Is it one or two questions?
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is it one or two?
Oh my god! He said. He said no. This is ridiculous. Yeah. Okay. I am okay. If we can't like get to the point where we move forward on it, I think
we have to agree on the factual record.
Forward.
Like
no,
we can move forward. I want to move forward with a specific understanding about how there are different perspectives on how much you are meant to vomit forth a confession of something that you actually don't even think was that bad of a thing for you to do.
Because that is what you're asking for.
Like, I personally think that there's like a context in which a person would actually be doing a disservice to their own platform by doing that, because it makes you look like a cuck loser. And that's kind of the thing where I personally think that one of the biggest issues with the left progressing, both center left and far left, is a lack of turnout. not a lack of appealing to the stipulations of the individual subcultures, but merely people don't feel like politics is dynamic enough and that the choices are actually strong enough.
We're not talking about this right now.
I'm connecting it. I'm connecting it. Give me a moment. Which is why her chilling effect comment, I think, is actually very cogent and is actually the most important part of this conversation. Because what she's saying is, if I need to go up here and flagellate myself every time that somebody I spoke with turns out that woodwork controversies come out about, we are never going to be a dynamic and powerful political force, and we're going to live in obscurity for the rest of our life.
Again,
Correct.
like I said, I do not have a problem with her communicating that in her answer. My problem is that she didn't address the thing that he is saying, the thing that is, because again, you can make that point, but also make it incredibly clear. Yeah, that's really crazy. I don't agree with that, but I wouldn't want to rule people like Mike from PA out, especially if he has walked that back, because I do think that we have to appeal to these people. Otherwise, we're only appealing to the right. There,
That's the fucking answer she gave.
No, that is not the answer she gave. That's
it is, and
that is not. No, play it back.
No, it is, and if you want to play it back, we can. In fact, let's get a transcription of both of his questions.
Yep.
Let's get the transcript of his questions, because the first question
is right. The transcript's right there.
Specific enough.
No, the transcript's right there. I disagree. I wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I know, but you're wrong. And you're not substantiating your point. I understand that it's frustrating.
It's not even. No.
But
Wait.
The fault is on the question asker.
No.
It is. The question is not specific enough.
I've just linked the YouTube video in the side chat, and the transcript is there. I'm not gonna do the thing right now to copy and paste it. But
you don't have to copy paste it. Just go to the first question.
What do you mean? Go to the first question?
Go to the wording of the first question in the transcript.
Okay.
You just tied it up.
Okay, you've been campaigning, as you say, for Palestinian liberation and against genocide. You've been taking a lot of hits for it. From the other direction, your campaign has received quite a bit of heat after you joined.
Beans, the question, not the preamble.
Oh my God. Okay. So the question is...
Interviews are about questions. This is an important structural thing for interviewing, by the way.
Okay. Leonard?
Should there be limits? This is the full sentence.
Should there
be limits
yes,
on where Democrats are not willing to go when it comes to media appearances, or can Democrats not afford to say no to any platform?
All right.
That's the question that he asked.
Okay. Now, do you think...
You accept this, right?
I do accept this. Now, Leonard, do you think that his lead up doesn't matter?
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's it. I'm done with the conversation.
Yeah, obviously. You can make
No, I'm entirely done with the conversation. No. I do not accept this. Absolutely not. Look, it's fine if you don't think it's relevant, then you are not going to have a problem with her answer. That's fine. I don't think we can agree to disagree there. What? You say fuck me for it? Well, because I gotta be done, actually. Oh, I need a break. I love both of you, to be clear, okay? It is a good chat, but I think that we are at a fundamental disagreement that... If you don't think that was a poor answer after Tuna came up with a more adequate answer, in my opinion, and then I came up with a more adequate opinion, then I don't know. We can't go anymore. No more politics. I love everyone too, but I don't know what happened. Also, I'm sorry. Mumbles, I'm so sorry. I was completely distracted. Thank you for the raid. No, Leonard, I'll just say this. Leonard, the lead up to the question is important, especially when he then follows up his question with what he just basically asked again. He said, and this is the last thing I'll say, Okay? Because yes, here, let's go down to the transcript. Let's go down to the transcript after she said the thing that she said. Right? He said, I appreciate that. People might wonder, would you have gone on that show, the Mike from PA show, had you known about his comments about Jewish people like you would you go again? So yes, he did want that answered. The fact that she didn't answer that part of in her answer meant that he had to ask it again. That's it. This short might clear everything up. No, Leonard, you can
Gone.
Oh my
I
god.
love Israel. I love Israel. Gone. Gone.
God damn it. People. I just think I think people are smarter than this. I think that you are smart. You have given plenty of good answers in this. Even the fuck you lib, by the way, even the fuck you lib thing, while not an answer that I would agree to double down on in a 99% lib, like I know we talked about it, I'm not gonna go back into it. At least that is a you're doing you're taking a stand, and that's just not what Francesca Hong did that, you know? And you know that it's not unrelated like broccoli and genocide. You know that those two things were unrelated. Those two things are related. That's my problem. We don't need to pretend like her answer was good. That's really it. But yeah. Oh my god. You know what's funny is that like I figured that I might take like, you know, 1.5 hours to watch that entire video. I didn't think that I would take like 3 fucking hours to watch a half-an-hour video, bro. Oh my god. She's campaigning with Crowley now, so we libs can claim her as our own. I know, but like that's not. I mean, I'm just saying in terms of like, what I consider to be easy dunks. You know, that's really it. Giving Sol a run for his money. Listen, Sol would not have gotten through 5 minutes of that. Let's be real. That's King Solomon's content, okay? Also, hold on a second. Is my YouTube still up by chance? I just want to make sure it didn't go down when I accidentally closed the tab there. Also, hold on real quick. No, Leonard, I'm not saying that she should know anything about Mike from PA. I'm just asking her to respond to the thing that was presented to her, you know? And also, let's be honest, by that point, like, that the thing that he was saying was that she was aware of the backlash that he was getting. Because people were giving her backlash for going on Mike for PA. And that, therefore, that wasn't the first time that she had heard that statement of his, right? Even if it was, right? Like, you can still reply to that. We crashed out in front of Paisley? Is Paisley still here? I think Paisley was lurking. I know she was at the start of stream. King Solomon, more like King Stallman, cause he stalled so much. Let's fucking go! I think it is... I think it's correct to ignore what you think a petty and low frequency complaint. I don't think that was petty and low frequency. That's my problem, right? Is that it's not if it is being asked and then doubled down on by Mehdi Hassan, by the way, who already is kind of Like, he's already going to be partial towards that Palestinian cause. He's already, and this is me meta conversating. Like, this is me importing my knowledge to kind of explain why I see it a certain, or how I would view her answers versus how I would see her answers if she was on like Fox News or something and they were asking that question, right? I'm saying that, like, in that friendly position, she absolutely should take that opportunity to say the thing that she said about the platform and appealing to the broadest space possible. I totally agree with that. I just also think that she can and should have absolutely been able to address the thing that he said in the lead up to the question. That's all I'm saying, you know? Question Beans is the question, did she... Wait, what? Is the question, did she give a good rhetorical answer? And did she give an answer that responded... Wait, is the question... Did she give a good rhetorical answer? And did she give a answer that responded to the Mike from PA preamble different questions? I don't know if I understand what you meant. Oh, did she give a good rhetorical answer? No. Okay, well, I do think that there are... I do think they... Wait, let me talk this out real quick. I think that it was a bad answer because it was so roundabout. Like, the words that she used to convey what she wanted to convey were bad. It was a very roundabout way of answering it, and I think we all acknowledge that. Because I think I remember even seeing somebody in the chat when we were listening who was like, I don't know what he said. I don't know what she said. And even when I was listening to it, I had to pause and even go back to understand what she was saying. But it also didn't respond to Mike from PA. I don't know why we're sitting here putting a microscope over question 1 like this, because it's the exact thing you wanted to hear was in question 2. Well, that's why I said specifically, I do like question 2, even when I reacted to it. I know you weren't here for this, Leonard. When I reacted to it, I said that was a fine answer. Even if you don't agree with her, the way that even if you don't agree with the answer that she gave, that was a fine answer. It was responsive to the question. My problem is that the Mike from PA thing weighs way more, and this analysis of the the analysis of very specifically enhancing the person's platform, and B, her safety, because she talked about her safety multiple times. Those were not things that were either responsive to his question or were relevant at all. Safety of herself? No, this was not something that was asked for or wanted in that question. You know? She's not being too Weasley in question 1. She was just so roundabout, making a fairly valid point that she failed to address the question that he had like the thing that was implied in the question he was asking. The part that he talked about for 30 seconds in the lead up to the question, that then he had to ask her the second question, which is fine. But I don't think that, and I think that people, when I say, okay, the reason I'm saying it's not Weasley is because I don't think that she was trying to dodge it, but that's what people are taking away from this, is that she wasn't, and we can, the conversation about whether we should take those people seriously is a separate conversation. I'm just saying, why couldn't her answer have been more clear, bro? Like, did it have to be this wordy? Why no criticism for Hassan for burying the lead with how he structured the question? I can do that now. Yeah, sure. Fine. Oh, are you happy? It's a complicated question. She still answered it in a shit way. Holy shit. How were you able to come up with a better answer to that question? Are you smarter than an Asian woman? Apparently. Okay, also, what is this? Do you own a pressure cooker? Yes, I do. I do not, unfortunately, own, like one of the. I mean, it's just a regular Instant Pot, man. I don't know what to tell you. If your issue is that she should have been clearer, that needs to be separate from the mic from PA stuff. No, I think that is central to the mic from PA stuff, because the mic from PA stuff is the thing that is really being asked. This is, by the way, this is like somebody's trying to essentially pin her, okay? Just like with Caitlin Collins, how basically, even though it is a friendly enough space, right? They are still doing what they say. Oh, I have to ask you this question because I'm gonna need to be ask you this question. Everyone's talking about it. I need to hold you to account. Blah blah blah. And then it's like some controversial thing that she said, you know? The shit is like watching porn and being like, why is she grinding like that? I would have done it like this. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Tuna Chip. That is exactly my problem. It's not separate. It's part and parcel to it. If you know a tiny bit more if you know even the smallest bit more context to this, you know that like what she's being asked about is, or that you can even read. And again, like I said, even if you look at the structure of his question, the way he frames the Hassan stuff is different to the way that he frames the Mike from PA stuff. And look, the thing is that she doesn't need to even condemn him. Like, it's not a are you condemning Hamas? It is a broader question of, hey, you have been gaining support from one side. On the other side, these people have criticized you for this. Do you think that at some point going on these certain extreme platforms is too far just because aligns, because you lose support? Like, I don't know how that's so like even if that way badly phrased question, she should still be able to take advantage of it. No? Because again, if she had not, like, okay, let's say she'd made that question and not responded to it, but it was a lot shorter, I would have been fine with that. Because then it's at least she's gotten her point. Like, let's say she made her point, the exact point that she made, and it was much shorter. Then it's like, okay, fine. You know what? She made it. It was short, and so he follows up with another question. Okay, fine. She's gotten the condemnation of Hamas. That's come out in the second question. That makes sense. But no, because she went on a whole fucking roundabout thing in the first question. That's the problem. If she said, of course I condemn anti-Semitism, and gave her the exact same response, would you still have issue with it? No! That's a more soy way to do it. That's a way more soy way to do it. But yeah. Hong my bull, you're doing it wrong. Also, you kicked them from the call to move on. Well, to be fair, I did kick them from the call because the argument couldn't be progressed. But yeah, anyways. Why no critique for your mental bandwidth and focusing abilities? Listen, we critique that all the time on here. That's why I have a focus beats focus. Then you lost my agreement? Alright, okay, I am moving on. I will say, she kicked us from the call to control the narrative. That is correct, sir. I'm kidding. Alright, I will say, I unfortunately do have to go. Testy giving a sub to Francesca Hong. I'm sure she will use it, okay? Play a game of League. Now, I see, this is the problem, is that I wanted to stream till 5, right? And, or like till thereabouts. I just thought that we would be done with the... we would have been done with the Shoeonhead video. So I do apologize, chat. Let me see if I can find something real quick. You know what? Here, we'll go back to doing stun lock links, okay? If you've got your stun lock links, now's the time to send them. Oh, she talked about Thanksgiving. We talked about... Shut up, Sen. We talked about Thanksgiving for like 2,000 years, it felt like. If we don't... hold on. Also, here, I'm gonna real quick, since we're... I want to show y'all something. Have you considered a cup of Wilkins yet? Jesus Christ. Hold on, let me show y'all something that y'all might not know about me. Can we pool our points to get you play league? No. You don't deserve... If you don't... Listen, if you can't afford it on your own, you don't deserve it. Alright, so in about... When was this? 14 years ago, almost 15 years ago at this point, okay? Oh, hold on, actually, before I say that. What is this? Also, it wasn't an anti-Semitism conversation. It was a DSA messaging conversation. Okay. Leonard. Beans meant to say this to me before she kicked me. Correct. God damn it. That friend. God damn it. Big is through. You are smart. There you go, Leonard. You are smart. Do some bullshit Gamba so we can give points to... Hold on a second. You know mods can create Gambas at any point, right? Like, at any point? Like, any point. Like, we could have done this all this time. Y'all could have done a Gamba. Okay, also... 15 years ago... there was a... Stephen Colbert and Herman Cain had a rally at my college. Okay, and I wanna show y'all something real quick. By the way, this wasn't like a real rally. This was kind of like a joke rally because I think like Herman Cain had already dropped out of whatever the race was he was running for at this point. I think it was for a presidential candidate actually. Give your points for Hog. Give points to people only. Jesus. Hold on. How do I move this aside? Why have I set it so that this would literally just be over the fucking everything? Okay, this is silly. Here you go. That's the Gamba that's up currently, okay?
It's good to be back home! Whoever said you can't go home again did not have a friend with a private jet. It was easy. Before we begin, I want to take a moment and thank everybody who made this day possible. I want to thank the College of Charleston for so graciously inviting us in. And how about those College of Charleston cheerleaders and the Cougarettes?
That's right. We were the fucking Cougars, dog.
And of course, the College of Charleston Pep Band and the Coastal Carolina Marching Band. Folks, if these two bitter rivals can share the same stage, then there is hope that America can come together. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, and I mean this sincerely, I want to thank Stephen Colbert. You're welcome. Somebody had to say it, and I'm the one at the mic. You see, I didn't come here to criticize anyone. I came here to praise one man. Mr. Herman Cain!
Did y'all see it? Did y'all miss it? It's a baby ice beans. In a tree. Cause I cut class to come to this rally. And I ended up in this crowd behind this fucking tree. Like, I ended up behind, like, smack dab behind the tree. And as I was trying to peek through, like, the branches to, like, get a good glimpse, like, some random dude behind me was like, do you want a boost? And I was like, yeah. So he fucking launched me into the tree. I am still trying to find because I ended up in the on the front page of the newspaper because it was like me and a bunch of other people in these live oak trees back here because this courtyard is just full of them. And it was just a shot of like us in the tree that was on the front page of the paper. So yeah, anyways, we don't need to watch the whole thing. I just wanted to show you that. Okay, also, hold on. Where was the thing? Listen, never sleep on the short people. Also, people, did you get any points? What happened? What did you do, brother? What? Manage prediction. Nobody put in any points. People, what are you doing? You're sleeping on the pole. It's too late now. It's fine. We'll do people charity later, okay? Right now I gotta go get my shit together. The people were not prepared to pull their beans together. They were not. Alright. Okay. Next time we'll do it live. I didn't see the poll. It's fine. It was a prediction. So somebody would have to have put in all their points, and then after that, I don't know. I don't know how this works, okay? And people would have had to be the only person on the other side for him to get all the points. Alright. Alright, chat. I'm gonna raid y'all out. Does anyone have any raid suggestions? I raided Gust last time, so I'm open to grading somebody else. Any suggestions? Or I could drop y'all off at Gust if I don't have anyone. Next stream. Kitty streamers? Gust. Raid a conservative? Why would you say that to me? Who do y'all have live right now? Conservatives are the worst. Beans running? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Raid a tanky. Whenever I look at my, like, follow list, I have no idea who half these people are, I'm gonna be honest. Caseytron? Vio is live, bro! No! That would be so funny. After everything we've been talking about. After everything that we've been talking about, if I rated VO. Most of my live follows are DJs right now. Do y'all want to go to a DJ? I mean, I could drop y'all off at Gust. I have no problem with that. We did raid him last week, which is why... Here, I'll raid y'all over to Gust. Alright, chat. I will see y'all... Okay, when am I streaming next? It will unfortunately not be next Saturday, because I'm going floating on the river on Saturday. Okay, I've not done it all year. because it's been too fucking hot and my schedule has been so awful that I've just not been able to get onto the fucking river and just float down the river and get drunk, okay? So that's what I'm doing this Saturday, so we will not be streaming on Saturday. Hopefully, though, this week, I'll be able to let y'all know, hopefully, fingers crossed, this week I'll be able to give y'all kind of a timeline of when I'll be able to start streaming more regularly. So, you know, that'll be good. Okay. But in the meantime, okay, join the Discord if you haven't already. And, oh, hold on, let me put this in Twitch, in the YouTube chat real quick as well. Where? Oh, here we go. Go touch grass. Oh my god, true. Okay. I will see y'all later. Be good. How do you spell his fucking name? Dust X Broadcast. Alright, friends. Be good. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Okay? I'll talk to y'all later. Bye. Oh, there we go. Bye-bye.